You are about to opt in to Monerotopia, a show for the Monero community where all are welcome to join. From noob to maxi, no matter what bags you hold. Just sit back and relax to the sweet sounds of Monero's latest progress. Or if you're feeling inspired, join us on stage. Remember, the only thing that can stop Monero is a false belief that it can be stopped. And if you want to win the revolution faster, we recommend you remove your XMR from all custodial exchanges immediately. Warning, voting accidents are common around here. Don't forget to properly secure your private keys. Monerotopia starts now.
Alrighty, good morning, good morning.
GM.
How's it going, man?
It's going. Start of the new year.
No, how's your year so far?
It's been all right. It's been all right. Nothing too crazy yet.
And you just had a birthday as well, right? Or is that?
Yeah, a month ago.
Okay, all right. Awesome, man. Yeah, it's been a little wild and crazy over here with the newborn. She's got like my days and nights. Like I don't have any like circadian rhythm anymore. It's all one now. There's day and night is the same. I'm on her
the little
eat every 3 hour
owns
schedule.
Your sleeping schedule.
Yeah,
it's now dictated.
Yeah. Yes, but she's well worth it. It's been fantastic. Yeah, so big show today. Big show. We got Zano team coming up. They'll be fielding questions from whoever really wants to jump up, but we have Untraceable that will be leading the charge. He's been posting recently on X, wanting to ask some questions. There's been a lot of FUD being thrown around. I'm mostly seeing it from the Bawdyanarchist people. Really the Bawdyanarchist guy, to be honest. And then I guess his followers. I don't know. Is there some animosity between Bawdyanarchist and Zano? Is there some jealousy that's going on? I guess I don't know. Is Wow jealous of Zano? Is that effectively what's happening?
Oh, but what? Because Zano took off in price and Wow didn't.
Yeah, I mean the Bawdyanarchist guy like literally won't shut up about it. He's been harassing me personally about it. So we're gonna have Zano on. Zano's been on this show like a couple of times now, like many times, like it's been years now. So Zano's been on a few times. They've been, in my experience, they've been very open to answering any and all questions. They were at the last 2 Monerotopia conferences. The previous one, Andre spoke, and it was like one of the main talks, and he was extremely open and answered everyone's questions. So I'm a little surprised about like the kind of the what I'm feeling out there on X. Is like there's like it's kind of like people are framing it like Zano is a scam and nobody knows anything about like we've been talking about it for years, giving them the platform, letting people come up and ask whatever questions they have. So I'm a little surprised in that regard. But we'll do it yet again. We'll have Zano come up. They can answer any and all questions, whatever you got, throw it at them. I've always been very open and honest about my opinion of Zano. I think it's an honest project. That's my assessment. I'm always open to change. If there's new information that I don't know, please bring it out, guys. Like I said, we've had years to bring such information out, so I'd be surprised as to why it wouldn't come out up until now. Well, I think the biggest question that people have is with regards to what people are calling like a pre-mine, right? The way the Zano was issued, the issuance of Zano. So we'll go over that. Could that have been done more fairly? Yeah, it seems like it, right?
Same with Monero to a degree. I think people overall are just they're uncertain and confused about Zano's capabilities and what it actually provides, and then also the supply. So
right. Yeah, so we'll get to it all, and guys, do your own research, right? I don't determine whether or not you should invest in Zano. You do, right? But we've been extremely open on this platform. Everybody knows I'm Monero only, Monero all the way. I do have Zano. Zano was given to me by the Zano team for payment for Monerotopia for participating in the last two conferences, and I greatly appreciate the payments and the contributions they made. They really helped Monerotopia out in a very large way. So we hold Zano in that respect. But other than that, I'm 100% Monero, guys. Everybody knows that. I mean, there's no there should be no doubt around that. But I am, if there's any like quote unquote alt project that I show interest in currently, it's Zano. I mean, the biggest thing I've always said is the biggest reason is Andre, the main creator of Zano. I think he'll be joining us today too. Crypto Zoidberg. I interviewed him first, I think it was in 2020. I knew nothing about Zano at the time. Somebody had, I forget how to even kind of like put, kind of hinted at the fact that Crypto Zoidberg may have been the earliest crypto note developer. I was like, what? Really? Okay. And he's accessible and he's willing to come on the show. He came on the show. We had a great conversation. And that kind of initiated my interest in the Zano project because of Andre. Crypto Zoidberg seemed like an honest dev who's been in crypto for a long time, one of the, if not the earliest crypto note developers. So I started to pay attention. Of like, if this guy is the guy who essentially coded the first version of Monero, I'm gonna listen to him. I'm gonna give him some deference. And since then, he's only proven to be an open book, willing to talk about and talk about things from like a technical standpoint. He's never, at least in my dealings with him, he just comes across as an honest character, saying, "Look, this is what Zano is. This is what we're doing. This is what we're working on. This is what it is compared to Monero." So like, I always got really, really good vibes, and that's kind of how I judge things. I think that's how most people judge things. I've always told the story. I mean, that's why I started Monero Talk to begin with, is so I could get access to talking to people and kind of ask them the tough questions. When I first got into Monero, I was really most interested in talking to the hardcore Bitcoiners at the time. I'm like, I'm really into Monero. Why aren't these other people who claim to be cypherpunks into digital cash? Why aren't they into Monero? And the show gave me access to these people. I was able to talk to the big names in Bitcoin and be like, ask them like, why aren't you looking at Monero? You claim to be into Bitcoin for all these reasons. And so that's always been what my pursuits have been about on Monero Talk and Monerotopia. It's always been about the pursuit of finding true digital cash. Monero, in my mind, is the top choice and the one and only, and mostly for network effect. It has the first mover advantage. It's winning this. It's, in my mind, it's currently has won the space. But that being said, there's other projects doing other things. There's other utilities to be served, right? Where crypto isn't going to be just digital cash. It's the thing I'm most interested in. I think that's going to be the most disruptive utility in crypto, is the one that does the digital cash thing right. I think that will by far be the most disruptive and in my mind is the most interesting. But there's going to be other utilities, other things, and there's things that Monero, as we all know, isn't built to do, right? Monero really isn't programmable at this stage. It's built to be digital cash and digital cash only, and it continues to improve towards that purpose. But it's not, it kind of lacks in other ways on purpose, right? Because it's just trying to do one thing only and one thing well. So when there's other projects that are also privacy tech focused and they're literally using the same technology as Monero, and they're giving back to the Monero community by sponsoring the Monerotopia conference, they're giving back to the Monero community by developing tech, interesting tech in cooperation with Monero devs. Those are things that I see as positives and reasons why I'd be like, okay, I'll give these guys, I'll give these guys a chance. I'll let them, let them into the tent. And that's always been my take on Zano. I've always been very open with that. And so we'll bring them up. We'll talk to them yet again. Excited to hear if there's any new things that they're working on since we've last heard them at Monerotopia. And excited to let Untraceable take the stage. He could grill them as much as he wants. I'm sure he'll be a gentleman about it. He's always a gentleman in all my dealings with him. So I don't expect it to get ugly in any way. I've seen it being posed as a debate. I don't think it's really going to be. I mean, it could turn into a debate, but I think it's really more so Untraceable asking Zano questions and letting them have the stage and give their answers and letting you, the viewers, then kind of do your own research with that and decide whether or not you want to pursue an interest in Zano beyond these conversations. There's a lot of freaking cryptos out there, guys. And I would say 99.9999% of them are in fact scams. They're pump and dump scams. But out of all that crap, a few real projects are going to rise. They're going to rise to the top. Monero, Bitcoin, Ethereum obviously has momentum. Whatever we may think about that, whether or not that had scammy beginnings. And I put Zano in the category of something to keep your eye on that could be doing interesting things and things that could benefit the Monero ecosystem as they grow and improve. So I'll leave it at that, and we'll jump into the show. We'll do a price report. We'll get that out of the way. Not that that's something that we want to quickly rush through, Bawdy, no offense, but we'll get that out of the way, and then we'll have the Zano team jump up, and I'm sure it'll turn into at least an hour, if not more, with the Zano team. So without further ado, let's jump into the price report.
Let's do it.
The Monerotopia Price Report segment is sponsored by Exolix, a privacy-focused, non-custodial instant crypto exchange. Go to exolix.com to enjoy secure and completely anonymous swaps with no KYC or sign-up. Swap between Monero and 2,000 plus assets at the most competitive rates and with no limits. Exolix.com, your fast and secure way to privacy.
All right, Bawdy, what's up? Good morning.
GMGN Bawdy, welcome back.
Hey guys. Thanks.
I'm seeing Zano questions pop up already. Guys, save the questions for when Zano's up so we don't miss them. Zergo tipped $5, very generous. Thank you so much. According to Amir Taki, the ring technology Zano relies on is broken and Monero has moved on from. For CF layer tests, it uses Oracle. That is third-party custodial risk. Is it not?
We'll just save these for once the debate starts.
We'll save those for later. So please re-ask that question later on, Zargo.
Take it away, Bawdy.
Take it away.
Cool. Yeah, thanks. Not much has happened since we left off. Actually, I think Tux, you did a price report. I still have yet to take a look at it, but I'm sure it was good.
Price report.
I'm sure it was good, man. I mean, we look at the same stuff every week here, so I'm sure you've got a feel for the kind of things I'm looking at. So I'm sure that you did a good job there. But yeah, I'm curious to take a look at it. I mean, Monero is basically like pretty much where we left off. We had some volatility, things pumped to the upside early on in December. We finally sort of caught up a little bit to what the rest of the market was doing. We got capped out by the obvious areas here at the upper standard deviation bands. And, I find it interesting. This chart actually has a lot of this, whether on the short term or the long time frame. You'll notice you get these big dips, right? So obviously this was the Binance delisting, and then you set a higher high. Okay. And then it come back to the top side and we get these big wicks down. We just keep getting these big smash downs, but they always recover, right? And they keep recovering to a higher level at each time. So right now we keep recovering sort of to this $200 level right around this area. So all that's pretty good. That's a good sign. Another thing that Another thing that we're looking at here is the volume on Kraken. And another good sign that I'm liking is that we've actually seen the volume slowly dropping off after the pump in December. And particularly, the volume has been dropping off here for the past couple weeks, even as price is slowly meandering to the upside. Usually after some big volatility movement and then the volume drops off, the direction of the price movement, especially if it's up, can be a really good sign, because it basically means that you still have this light, even though the volume has dropped off, you still have this light buying pressure, right? So that tells you that the purchasing happens on the buy side, or is happening on the buy side. So yeah, that's definitely something that man, I don't know what I just did, but I think I just screwed up the volume. Let's just delete it. Okay. Yeah, so that is a good sign. Hopefully we see a little bit more positive action. I do think it could be a little bit of a tall order here to get above the 220 range for the meantime. But that doesn't mean that it can't happen later on. It also doesn't mean it couldn't happen just like right now. I mean, the thing is, Monero's low enough market cap and has low enough liquidity that it just really takes a few big name people or big money people trying to buy consistently get into the market, right? And we have seen a lot more people over the course of time, bigger names, right, in the crypto space that are starting to get into Monero. They're talking about how they're accumulating Monero, right? And probably that has a lot to do with some of this positive action, including the bull market as well. So yeah, I mean, again, optimistic there. I'm hoping, maybe we can set some higher spikes up to the top side. Obviously, we know that the cabal doesn't want that to happen. In fact, I was looking at the price divergences just now. And if we take away the volume adjustment, we see Bitfinex is currently about 1% down from Kraken prices. So that's so weird. It's so weird for me when I see these big divergences like Poloniex, whether to the upside or the downside. When you see 1% price divergences between exchanges, I'm like, wait, arbitrage bots should be equalizing that to within, let's just say 0.25% or less. It should be, especially because the usually fees for trading on these platforms are like 0.25%. So like, okay, maybe 0.25%, maybe 0.5% isn't quite enough to justify the arbitrage bots going into action. But when you're at a 1% price divergence, you really think, hey, why is this not closing yet? One thing that we do here on this chart, and I've made this public, you guys if you just go search my name, Bawdyanarchist, on TradingView, you can take a look at this chart yourself. I click this little option right here, make volume adjustment. We factor volume into it because if you're an exchange that's doing basically no volume, do we really care what your price divergence is? Not really. I mean, slightly, because it kind of tells us about who you are. But making the volume adjustment really helps us to see whether or not big volume is being done at price divergences on these exchanges. So right now, KuCoin actually looks to be doing higher prices than Kraken with, I wouldn't say like massive volume, but some level of volume there. So, okay, we can also take a look at the XMR versus Bitcoin ratio, and we seem to be stabilizing, after the big crush that happened early last year, right about the same time last year almost. And we're kind of like sitting here. We're kind of sitting here in these lower standard deviation bands, and effectively, that's a good sign. Like that's a good sign that things are starting to stabilize there. We are still looking at these bands kind of curling towards the downside, so that is still not the best. This is not the best looking chart in the world. It's not as like terrible as it kind of was during the month of November. Really, this chart was looking in the month of November like the potential for this could have been happening. So really happy that kind of stabilized a little bit. Who knows where it's going to go, though. Like I've said before, it's hard for me to think this is the top of the market. It's really difficult for me to think that this is the very top of, the Bitcoin cryptocurrency bull market here. Hopefully from this point on, Monero can keep up with the rest of the cryptocurrency market. That's a dubious proposition when so much degeneracy is happening with the money printing and the tether printing and all the printing and all the speculation and the Doge pumping and all the people, the unnamed people. They were named yesterday. I don't know if you guys saw Doug's show yesterday, but there was some talk about Mr. Musk and what role he might be playing in different kinds of ways and across different domains. But anyways, the point is to say that, yeah, it's difficult to think that crazy degeneracy pumps won't continue happening if the bull market is still on. And I think at least for the meantime, it probably still is on. Perhaps it gets sort of punctuated for a moment by a macro crash, but the macro crash is not here yet. So, okay, yeah, here's XMR versus ETH. We look at ETH because it's the number 2 coin. Also kind of stabilizing here in these lower standard deviation bands. Let's see here. Just checking some comments, make sure we don't have any. I didn't miss anything. Let's see. Astrology for men. Yeah, bro. Bardic Reels. You should. I guess I can't point you to any specific shows, but I've described exactly like how I interpret these clusters of standard deviation bands. It's effectively a psychological map, because your brain is really good, and human brains are really good at intuiting statistics. And in fact, they've done experiments that show this very clearly, that when the deck is stacked against you, even just slightly, your physiological markers very quickly start to show. Your palms get sweaty, your heart rate increases. As opposed to when the deck is stacked slightly in your favor, those things don't happen. So your brain is actually, and brains in particular, and neural networks in general, are pretty good statistical processing machines, and especially in aggregate, like humanity or society or traders. Let's say in this specific context, traders in aggregate are pretty good statistical machines. It's like the M&M jar. If you ask how many M&Ms are in a jar, and you ask 1,000 people, you're going to get really close to the actual answer, as opposed to just asking, say, like 10 people. So that's what we're looking at with these bands, with these upper standard deviation bands, lower standard deviation bands. This is unique, by the way. Nobody has this, and it's insane how well it works. I've seen this thing work very well in certain cases. So yeah, it's not astrology, bro. It's exactly like, let's go to Bitcoin now. It's exactly the same how looking at the regression analysis of Bitcoin is not astrology either. This is actually a process that I would apply to any, or sorry, this is a methodology that I would apply to any process, right? So here's the BLX chart. Let's just clear that and then go to the regression analysis. All right, I can demonstrate to you with like valid use of statistical means that this regression analysis, this modeling of Bitcoin, is better than all the other models out there. I can prove that. And I've used this process professionally as a semiconductor process engineer. And I've seen it used in other contexts professionally as well. And it's not astrology, right? This is not astrology. This is a basic tool, statistics 101, that I would apply to any process, any time series process. You can apply this to and use it for extrapolation. You have to understand that you shouldn't make a reification fallacy, right? The math is not the process, right? The map is not the territory. The map is not the terrain, but it does give you an idea. It's useful. It tells you, it can reveal underlying economic processes. And I think that's what we're looking at. So yeah, since we're here on the Bitcoin regression analysis, we might as well take a look how close we are to the top, because as you approach the red line, this is DCA out, and basically anything between the blue and the green is DCA in. So yeah, at the moment, we're kind of in no man's land, if you will, but it's difficult. Again, it's hard to think this is the top. Maybe that's how they're going to take me, right? That's how they're going to smash me at the top and take all my money. Maybe, but I'm never selling, at least not Monero. I sold Bitcoin long ago. And then I use other coins. I mean, I have Bitcoin now too, as well. But you know, a big chunk of my stack got sold a long time ago. So yeah, anyways, yeah, hopefully that explains a little bit for why we're not just doing, you know, astrology for boys and men here. There's actually some validity to it, and obviously that regression analysis has much higher statistical validity than the clustering of the standard deviation bands and whatnot. But it's still very, very useful, even the standard deviation bands. Okay, so we're on the weekly chart. We're looking here at Bitcoin, and we fell out of sort of this the main uptrend, but that's such a short-term time frame. That's not really a huge deal that was rejected, because we're basically it still looks to me like this. I don't know, guys. I don't have any opinions here on where it goes in the short term. I think we left off back here at the beginning of December, and I was like, last time I talked to you guys, I said, yeah, I mean, I'm kind of bullish overall, right? Things have been relatively flat, maybe a little bit down, a little bit up, a little bit down. I'm still bullish in general. I still think that there's more juice to be squeezed here. So I don't think that like the macro crashes upon us just yet. Let's drop into a shorter time frame here and take a look at this pattern. And basically, what you're going to see is that Bitcoin has on the shorter time frame, you know, it pumped up, and now it's basically establishing a new band right here, right? So it's establishing sort of these bands. So it's going to take a little bit of doing to get out of this range for some period of time, but eventually, you know, just like we saw it back here on the main pump to the upside when that started, and we said, hey, 100,000 is imminent. And I'm actually proud of that call, guys, because I didn't ever call for 100,000 literally until, like, for the past 3 years, I had not been calling for 100,000 until right about here. And I said, hey, We just, all of this band structure looks very, very bullish. Trump just got elected president. This thing is very likely going to 100,000. So it didn't take me 3 years for that call to manifest. It took about like a week or 2 weeks, whatever. So anyways, yeah, I guess just tooting my own horn a little bit. I'll shut the hell up there and quit bragging. No one wants to hear that shit. So anyways, yeah, it's going to take a little bit of effort to get out of this range right here. Probably usually these bands will cap the range for a little bit. Again, people in aggregate tend to notice, hey, okay, there's this new range, short term, right? You got short term traders, etc. And the emotional component always comes into play there as well. And all these are factors, right, that comprise the market. So overall, I would be looking to try to touch the top of these purple bands here. This is a unique statistical concept where you sort of take the derivative. It's sort of like an acceleration metric of standard deviation. So when standard deviation starts expanding, whether because you're crashing or pumping in price, the purple lines are sort of like an acceleration. You're saying, okay, well, how fast is it expanding? And then you add that on top of the standard deviation. And actually has been scary accurate in some cases, particularly on longer time frames, right? Shorter time frames are a little bit more difficult, but I am looking to probably tag this up here. And that's at some point that 120 area, that 130 area, I might start getting a little bit more concerned, but okay, we'll just, we'll set that aside for now. Like I said, I'm not super confident on any which way the Bitcoin markets want to go in the immediate term. I still think there's probably more upside before this thing, has a really major catastrophe, like a macro catastrophe or whatever. Same kind of story here on the total crypto market cap. Let's take a look here. Zoom. I'm also looking for this guy ultimately to try and see these purple bands up here. I'm ultimately looking for things to get somewhere to that area, right? So, yep. Let's see. Not much to be said there. It looks very similar to the Bitcoin price. Shitcoins aren't really doing anything. Just, this guy right here is not a shitcoin, the one in burnt red, but all of the other ones are basically shitcoins, let's be honest. Yeah, including the one on top here. They're all basically doing nothing. Everything's just kind of like flat and holding. FTT had pumped like quite bigly for a period of time, but now it's coming back down, I guess. But yeah, so FTT, it looks like they're going to get some kind of resolution. I don't know the specifics of it, but a buddy of mine that good trader, fucking good trader, actually got taken in FTT, unfortunately. But it sounds like that things are going to reach some kind of resolution here, and they're going to restart that exchange. So that's probably why FTT was pumping there, was just basically on that news. So let's see. I guess we're trying to hurry up today. We don't want to like dilly dally on too much extemporaneous stuff. Maybe, of course we're doing Zano talk. We got to look at the Zano price. Duh, come on, buddy. Okay, so Zano price looking pretty good, setting new all-time highs. This structure is unequivocally bullish. It still remains bullish. We had actually talked about for a period of time that first like interim top. We said, hey, this thing probably needs to spend some time, doing something like this, establish, some of these upward boundaries, and sure enough, that's basically what happened there. And after enough time had passed, sorry, I'm playing around with the time frames. After enough time had passed, basically tagging these lines, very, very traditional wave magic. I call this standard deviation analysis wave magic. Very, very traditional pattern here where these bands curl up, you're gonna touch them, find some support there, and then you're gonna travel up along these bands again. And you can see that's basically what's happening. So at this moment, we're looking for this price to continue moving kind of along this trajectory for a period of time. For as long as the bull market continues, it seems to me that Zano is one of these plays that is probably going to keep going up. So yeah, Zano's been a good play for quite a while now. It looks to me like there's still probably more to run here. So okay, let's see. Let's go. Let's go ahead and go to the macro. No reason to dilly dally too much on the rest of the privacy coins. Is there anything here? Firo. I guess Firo's kind of performing. Actually, Firo kind of has a chart very similar to Monero in terms of the way it's been performing with that volatility. It seems to be decreasing volatility. Nothing else here to talk about. Zcash sort of came to its moving average. Moving averages act like magnets. Again, psychology in general, in aggregate, understands where the average price is, and people tend to regress to the mean, right? Mean regression is a real thing. Okay, so yeah, let's go to the macro here. Let's talk about the reverse repos really quick. Reverse repos are money that gets parked with the Federal Reserve overnight. And for the people in the comments complaining that, we were only going to do technical analysis. No, we look at macro as well. We try to look at news, right? We try to look at the full picture as much as we can. And technical analysis is a part of that, because if you think that people are not looking at technical analysis and that has zero factor in the markets, like, it has a factor because everyone looks at it. So like, what do you want me to do, bro? Like, it's just a reality. Maybe it's astrology for men, but all the men believed it so hard, we made it real. We did it. Okay. But also news is a factor. Fundamentals are a factor. And the macro is a factor. We talk about this a lot. So the reverse repos are money that gets parked with the Fed overnight. And they get the overnight federal funds rate for doing so, which effectively is money that could go to something risk, right? It could go into crypto, it could go into Bitcoin stock market. Bitcoin is the stock market now. Yay, congratulations, they did it. So yeah, it's weird. We saw this thing happen last year, actually, where we had this big spike right before the New Year's. This smashed up, and then right after the New Year's, it came back down. So that happened last year, like all the way back. You know what? We're not going to go all the way back there and look at it. Just trust me. Take my word for it. It happened last year. It was kind of crazy. One thing that would concern me is that if this started going, like, okay, so we came back down, but if this came back up again and this thing starts doing this, that's basically means that big money is leaving somewhere and going into reverse repos. They're seeking safety. They're seeking short-term safety. That would be a sign of risk, right? Of increasing risk. So if we see the reverse repos start to spike, that would be a sign of increasing risk. So again, with the bond market, we look at the bond market. It's about volatility. When you see massive volatility in the bond market, it is typically a sign that big money is moving in or out of bonds, and that there's uncertainty in the market. So for now, there has been no major volatility in bonds. Actually, bond rates have been going up despite the fact that the Fed lowered rates last month. So the one thing that, again, continues to be concerning is that the yield curve continues to uninvert. And this is a pattern that we've seen since forever, that as this thing continues to uninvert, the risk starts to grow higher and higher that the macro crash is upon us. So it's weird because bonds keep going up. Typically, what we're looking for in the historical patterns is this thing's going to curl down and crash violently. That usually means that, like, hey, the macro crash is actually here. Stock market's going to drop 20-30+%. And then the yield curve inversion starts to do that as well, violently curves to the upside. So yeah, we look at that. So far, nothing concerning here, guys. Like, yeah, I've been singing about this macro crash, but I will let you know when it's incipient. And so far, that's not the case. So it's like, keep that macro crash in your mind. Think about how you're going to leverage that, take advantage of it. It's maximum opportunity. Yet at the same time, always stay flexible. And the direction for now, I mean, it still feels like there's positive pressure on markets, right? It still feels like the direction is up. That could change on a dime. So again, like, you'll have to check this stuff on your own time. Okay, here's the S&P 500. This thing occupies this big channel. Like, this thing has been in this big channel, by these two lines for quite a while now, since really the beginning of 2023, which is crazy, right? So we've had 2 years in this upward channel. That is pretty long in the tooth, right? For a single channel to continue to be performing. But hey, who knows? Maybe this thing could continue. And if you guys remember, let's go to the 3-month chart. I just want to show you this big line right here is the line that you draw connecting the 1929 blow off top to the 2000 .com bubble, right? So that's an interesting line. It's a line that's obvious, and I guarantee you all of the big finance bros know what that line is, and they're looking at it too, right? So that is a natural point of resistance, right there. This line right here is the other line we just showed. Okay. Yeah, it's showing us some resistance, but the market is not showing like any significant amount of weakness. It's not even close to this lower boundary here. So the lower rising rising support. So yeah, I mean, for now, I'm not really worried about an imminent market crash. Going back to the macro, let's take a look at gold. Gold is like kind of just chilling. It's really, it had a big peak out here at about 2,800 and then has basically just been consolidating. Volatility has been dropping, right? At some point, gold is going to break out of this range, whether to the upside or the downside, I don't know. It kind of feels like we've entered that sort of phase where the markets continue going up, but gold kind of languishes, right? This is a common thing. Gold pumps first, and then the rest of the risk markets come with it. And then gold languishes as the risk markets continue pumping. That's a pretty common thing that we see. Let's check the comments one more time here. Okay. Oh, yeah, we won't get into any arguments with Bardic Reels about monkeys flipping a coin. Like, okay, bro, then just turn it off. Don't watch the price report, right? Go somewhere else. If you don't want to make money, that's fine. Like you can just make money somewhere else. Like trading is stupid and difficult. And I don't recommend most people do it, but most of you do need to manage your assets in some kind of form or fashion. And it's also not a bad idea to sell the top if you can identify it. Like if you're confident in it, then you might as well do that and take the money and run, right? You can get back into the market later. It's what I did in 2021. And then got back in 2023 or 2022. So, I mean, I don't know what you want, bro. All right. Anyways. Okay. So US oil, we were talking about this for a long time, right? One of the big patterns that we see is that oil will tend to start falling out of its trend before the macro crash happens. At this moment, oil is pumping. So it's yet another reason why I'm telling you the macro crash just isn't here yet. Maybe it happens right as Trump takes office or like the month after he takes office. I don't know. I thought it would happen. I thought there was a good chance it could happen like Christmas surprise or something, but then I was like, nah, the signs aren't there, right? So again, staying flexible in your mind, saying, hey, here's a thesis that I have. Here's the specific signs I'm looking for to manifest. If those don't manifest, then you're like, okay, the triggers didn't happen, then I'm not going to take that trade. Do I feel a little bit silly for saying we're going to crash on Christmas? Saying that in October, maybe we could crash on Christmas. Yeah, I feel a little bit silly. That's a missed call. But hey, if your ego is going to get in the way, you're not ever going to make money trading. And so again, don't do it. Like if that's you, then just don't trade. But you know, if you're able to like eat your thesis and say, okay, wait a second, you know, let's put that on hold. Then trading might be for you, right? If you can just turn on a dime and say, yep, I was wrong, and then get back on the right side of the market. Okay, anyways, so oil did pump this week. Yeah, it's kind of weird. This is a really weird pattern. Again, with the TA scribbles and whatnot, let's actually clear the wave magic. With the TA scribbles, like you would say, hey, that's kind of weird to actually have this big sort of triangle pattern. And you'll notice that we've drawn it with two separate lines, right? We got this line and then we got this line. So we've kind of drawn it with two separate lines. And so we're sort of like occupying this zone here. It's kind of weird to break out of this big triangle only to come back into it. I mean, it is a pretty clear pattern of this is, you know, this is a pretty significant, this line right here is a pretty significant resistance line, downsloping resistance line. So, I mean, I don't know. Again, this is one of the things we're looking for oil to break down out of this trend. We're looking for oil to get into this zone. And that basically tells us that, hey, the macro crash is probably actually pretty close. So far we haven't gotten there yet. So, okay. You know, we'll let the charts tell us, you know, we'll let the general like synthesis of all the different charts tell us what we should be doing. With that, I don't think there's really much else to talk about here. Hopefully that wasn't too long. I really want to hear this debate. I respect both Zoidberg and Don't Trace Me, bruh. I respect both those guys, so I want to hear what they have to say. Just checking really quick if we didn't miss anything important. I don't think we really, yeah, there's nothing else to say. Oh, the Monero transactions. That's the last thing. Actually, it was the first thing, but I missed it. Anyways, yeah, our Monero transactions on New Year's. I don't know. I guess you guys were busy celebrating and doing the drugs that you had bought on the dark web a couple days prior. So the transactions dropped off for New Year's, but we're back up a little above 20,000, which is still below our 25 to 30K range. So, you know, if you guys could send some XMR chats, and try and get those transactions back up, I think that would Doug and everyone would appreciate that greatly. So yeah, with that, I've got nothing else to say. That's all I got to say about that. Maybe me and Bardic Reels. Hey, bro, Bardic Reels, if you want to chat about these ideas, you know, and you want to directly have an interface with me, we can debate a little bit in the user help me out, users on stage section later on, probably, you know, in like an hour or so after the guests are done hashing it out. So
Bawdy, how about Wownero? How's Wownero doing? Is this why the Wownero people are attacking me? Is it because Wownero is not keeping pace with Zano? I mean, what's going on? The Wownero people just seem to be losing it right now.
I've not been able to find Wownero on.
And are there actually Wownero people, or is it just the one dude? And like, is there a Wownero community?
I don't know if I should, but if you want me to, I can give my take on the Wownero guy, the only one that I'm aware of.
Yeah,
it's a quick take. So his name is JW Interim, and he is the lead moderator for Reddit Cryptocurrency. In case you didn't know, Reddit Cryptocurrency is a cesspool of just degeneracy and retardation. And so it was 2021, circa like August 2021. And I was posting about an interview that Sam Bankman-Fried, the jailed FTX founder and CEO, he had done an interview. I can't remember the guy's name, but he had done an interview basically like confessing to his crimes. And it was kind of like it was like a corporately phrased thing. And I was like, how the hell is this guy just straight up confessing to all of this fraud he's doing? So I made a post about it on Reddit Cryptocurrency, and they got like 100 views and up likes immediately. And then it got removed by JW Interim. And then FTX crashed a few months later, and I was like, hey, bro, don't you think you owe your entire community an apology for censoring posts about FTX, trying to warn them that this was an obvious fraudulent exchange? And he was like, no, I don't think I owe anyone an apology, blah, blah, blah. Okay, JW Interim is the guy that created Wownero. And after that, I was like, what the hell is wrong with you, dude? And so I've really, really disliked him ever since, and especially
I'm gonna come out and I agree, man. He's a complete asshole.
Okay.
He really is. I've known him for years. I've been buddy with the guy, and he still just continues to treat me like an asshole on the internet, which like that's just not cool, right? Like a lot of us, we meet up in person, we meet at Monerotopia, we have real engagements, and then we continue to do so in our interactions afterward. We then don't treat the person like a complete stranger and show their other face. And yeah, my experiences with him have not been very positive, and he's really been like bugging out over the Zano thing. Like he's all over it on Twitter, just attacking Zano, attacking me personally, saying that I'm perpetuating a scam. Because Jesus. I allowed Zano to come speak at Monerotopia. Meanwhile, Nero participates in Monerotopia too. Granted, they don't like to pay the sponsorship fee. He paid a reduced sponsorship fee because we have the privacy tech projects is like that. That's who funds the conference, right? And so we negotiated on that for months, which was just a joke. And now, like, after the conference, he's just been attacking me over the Zano thing. And he came to the conference, and his whole talk at the conference was like, "What is a scam?" And obviously, when it worked out, it was Zano is a scam. Zano was the #1 scam of all of everything on the list. While Nero was almost better than Monero in terms of being scammy. And I was like, and this guy's up here calling everything a scam. Meanwhile, he's the creator of a coin called Nero that was like a joke from the get-go, but somehow it gets a free pass in that it's not a scam, right? And I guess he
is off the charts.
I mean, it has a market cap. It actually, there's people that are buying this thing. Should they be buying Nero? I don't know. I wouldn't really recommend it. Like, what is Nero doing? It's the test net for Monero. Okay, that's cool. What's the investment thesis without Nero? Like, why would Nero continue to go up? Like, what value does it have? And why does it even exist as a project? How is Nero not a scam? If people are putting their money in Nero and not putting it into Monero, which we know is a scam, are you scamming these people that should be putting their money into Monero and you're redirecting them into Nero? Like, why is Nero getting a free pass? I don't get it. I really don't get it. I don't know. Tux,
some devish people I have heard express some appreciation for the existence of Nero because they have released a couple things and tested a couple things on that chain. I don't know if that's enough to overcome, because man, I was actually worried, not this Monerotopia, but I was worried that if I saw JW Interim, that I'd actually get into a fight with the dude, because I really am absolutely disgusted by this individual and the way he conducts himself in the cryptocurrency space.
Yeah, I'm pretty shocked too.
Maybe you should debate him on the show.
Yeah, John Murphy, I won't let him change my principles, right? So like, this show has always been an open platform. John Murphy, you're welcome to come up here and talk, and you can engage in the Zano thing. I see you throwing comments out there right now, so you're welcome to come up. Untraceable will run it. He'll ask his questions, but you're welcome to join as well and prosecute to whatever degree you want to prosecute. And then we'll obviously engage back with you and give us our opinions as well. But yeah, we'll leave it at that. Didn't want this to turn into a bashing session of WoW. Like, Nero is great. Like, the people that have it, sure, you have it, but I don't see why it's any less scammy than Zano, and I don't see why the guy who runs it is in a position to call anything a scam, really.
Especially the way that he
guys,
supported.
I just got a super chat I want to get over. Pseudo tipped 50 cents. Hey, Bawdy, thanks again for your contribution. When can we buy your regression analysis indicator?
Bro, it's free. If you go to my profile,
it's on a trading view, right?
Just go to Bawdyanarchist, go to scripts, and then you'll see that I published the Bitcoin regression price boundaries. Maybe it's not aptly named, but yeah, you just have to go to my profile and you'll find it along with Z-scores. I don't publish the wave magic. Sorry, guys, that one's just a little bit too. I got to hold that one a little bit closer to the vest.
Too juicy.
It's too juicy. If someone wants to buy it for like $1 million, I'll sell it to you. But it's a
common body W helping the common man with his free trading view scripts.
Z-scores are a pretty cool one.
Andres says, Monero is not a scam because it says it's a scam outright. Right, I know. That's the perfect. John Murphy came up with the perfect scam. He protected himself from being called a scammer by playing this card of, oh well, it is a scam. Ha ha ha. You know, as he continues to like subtly get people to buy Monero. Right? I mean, come on, man. Come on. That's a charade. It's ridiculous. Sorry, guys. It's just like I think Bawdy. This is the first time I heard this story from Bawdy, so now I know I'm not crazy. This has been my interaction with the guy, and you know, I watched this talk, right, and he says we have to be vigilant. We have to call out scams and scammers. So I'm calling out John Murphy, right? That's what I'm calling out right now.
Hey, John, why don't you hop up here on Viewers on Stage and apologize to everyone on Reddit Cryptocurrency for removing posts trying to reveal the scams and frauds that FTX and Sam Bankman-Fried was pulling? Because you removed that post, and it was a detailed breakdown of exactly how he was effectively confessing to all these frauds. But you never did that. You just diverted and made a bunch of excuses for yourself. Come up and apologize, man. I think you owe everybody an apology, at least the people whose forums you run.
Well, before we get into the weeds of Monero debate, let's go ahead and move on to the Zano debate. And
let's do it.
We can finish talking about Monero after, or maybe
next show.
Maybe next show we can have John Murphy come on and you can grill. But yeah, thank you, Bawdy, as always, for your TA, even though some people don't really like it.
That's fine. I mean, they're not totally wrong, right? There's an aspect of truth to it.
No, I think people love it. You know what it is? We just got larger now. I mean, we have almost 700 live viewers right now, so we're gonna get more riffraff in here. So
that's good.
Overall,
riffraff.
Yeah,
bring it on.
John Murphy, man, you're welcome to jump on the stage. I'll say it again. You're welcome to jump on. All right, let's move it along.
The Monerotopia guest segment is sponsored by Cake Wallet. Store, send, receive, and exchange your Monero and Bitcoin safely on iOS and Android too. Cake Wallet is open source, and you always control your own keys.
All right. Let's see.
Alrighty.
We've got Untraceable. We've got Zoidberg.
What's going on,
who
guys?
Else needs to come up here? Who else?
Hey guys.
Get a
Pavel.
Hey,
Pavel.
how's it going, man? Yeah, get Pavel up, Ravaga.
Hey. Hey everyone.
What's going on, guys? It's a spicy show. You got we're starting the New Year's off with some energy.
Hey.
Untraceable, what's up, brother?
Hey, what's up?
How's it going, man? Thanks for doing this.
Yeah, holy crap! What the show is like already on fire.
I know.
I'm logging in here to sell all my WoW right now.
I did want to sell my WoW live on air. I want to trade it for Zano. If anybody's willing to trade it for Zano, I will take that trade right now.
Hey, maybe John Murphy will do it.
Yeah, I doubt he'll. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe he's a smart man. He is a smart man. I'll say that about him. John, you're a smart man. I'll give you that. Yeah, let's get into it. Andres said, I think most of the heat Zano gets is because of their communication implies it's a better Monero, only less adopted. It is focused and private meme coins. It would be smooth. All right,
I agree with
that. Let's get into all this. I'll let Untraceable kind of lead the charge here. Take it away. Untraceable wanted to have some time with the Zano team, ask him his questions. Untraceable, I don't know. Have you been paying attention to the interviews we've had in the past and the presentations at Monerotopia and whatnot, or are you coming into this pretty fresh?
I've watched a few. And not all the way through, but I don't know. Maybe some of the criticisms that I have already been addressed. I don't think they have, but I guess we'll find out. Yeah, we'll see. So first off, I just wanted to say that I don't even agree with the title of the stream. I don't like the word scam. I wouldn't say Zano is a scam. Maybe it is, but I don't have the proof to say it's a scam, so that's just conjecture. Mm-hmm. And the word scam is completely lost its meaning. There's tons of people who call Monero a scam, and I don't want to be doing the same thing. So I'm not coming on here to throw FUD or to tell people that they should or shouldn't buy Zano. I do have some criticisms and some concerns, and the reason why this even got started, for some context, is, well, first off, a lot of people constantly ask me like, hey, what do you think about this coin? What do you think about that? And so whenever the topic of Zano comes up on Twitter, I sometimes don't have the most positive things to say because I do have some concerns. So I think Mr. Quibbs, it was Mr. Quibbs from Zano team who noticed this, and he messaged me. He said, hey, I'd be glad to jump on a call and we can talk about the concerns you have about Zano and clarify things. And I said, okay, but let's do it publicly let's do a public call instead of a private call. So that's why we're here today.
Yeah, which is fantastic. And for me, that's bonus points right there, right? Like, so imagine if you had the same experience with Darrow project or something, right? There would be no like cordial response of, yes, let's talk about this, let's talk about the issues. So that me right there is one of the reasons why I've given Zano the time of day, because they're all right. They already passed the first test of they're willing to come out, engage, and talk about things openly. But go ahead, do your thing.
Yeah, and at the same time, there is it's good that we are going to address these types of things, because there are actual scams out there, or there are just projects that aren't worthwhile, and everyone has different standards. So this Haven coin, does the stable private stable coin, that's completely dead, right? So if people had been critical and asked questions, they could have saved themselves. Darrow, completely de-anonymized, and basically that project hasn't received an update in I don't know how many months. So it's good to do this sort of thing, I think. And
and I think we do that. We do that all the time on this show. We do it. That's a big part of Monerotopia. I always make that part of the, like, anybody, the Zano team will tell you from the moment we started engaging, and I was like, you guys can participate in Monerotopia, but beware, you're not gonna be treated any differently because you're giving us a sponsorship. You're gonna be out there. You're gonna present your tech, and there's going to be some very critical people in the audience that are gonna be asking you tough questions. So like, that's always been part of it. And that's why, like, even John Murphy, his talk at the conference was, what is a scam? And he, like, and there was no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I was completely open to that. John, go ahead, give your talk. You can talk about why you think Zano is a scam. And so that is extremely important that we continue to be very vigilant, and we talk about these things openly, and we don't let the scams slip through. Haven was one of our early sponsors for Monerotopia too, and that since went to zero. We never just sold our
Haven is on Cake Wallet.
Yeah,
too. And they were going to be added to Thorchain as well.
But there was always an air of, can we trust? Is this Haven always came? Anybody who was paying attention always knew that Haven came with, can this thing actually work? An algorithm of stablecoin has not been proven, but buyer beware.
I really wanted it to work, because a private stablecoin really is kind of like a holy grail of crypto.
And and I'll let you go from there, but that is really the second or third reason why I paid attention to Zano, because I think they could be the ones that kind of crack the stablecoin, the private stablecoin, like with the confidential assets, and that's interesting.
At the moment, I don't agree with that, and we'll get into that. There was something else I was going to say, but
I'll stop interrupting you, man, and you can go ahead and engage with Zano.
All right. Hey guys, nice to meet you guys. Over the internet.
Hey.
It's nice to speak in person. Anyway, hey, how you guys doing?
Good. How should we call you? I don't think you've been introduced. Untraceable is all right?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, everyone, if everyone wants to just quickly go over who they are and what part they are, what they do with each respective project. I guess all three of you guys here, Zoidberg, Ravaga, I hope I said that right, and Goblet Fire, you three are part of Zano, right?
Right.
Cool.
Yep.
Well, you can start, Andre.
Just like a quick intro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm co-founder of Zana. I don't know. Both me and Pavel, we play very technical roles. So we are both like engineering part of the team. I do some core development. Pavel is focused on ecosystem. Pavel will tell for himself, but I myself, as a core developer, I work really close with Val and with a bunch of other guys. We are building the core technology.
And
Yeah,
Andre, you're always a little bit too humble in your introduction. I mean, tell everybody and people may not know that your involvement in Monero. I mean, I think it's fair to say you've contributed more to Monero codebase than anybody else perhaps to date.
Yeah, I'm original developer of the codebase, CryptoNode codebase, which is origin for Monero as well. But I'm not invented the technology itself. I worked together with the guy, the cryptographer who invented the protocol, and I was the guy who coded it, understood it as far as I could. And there was other guys. I was just a guy who was mostly involved in coding of the project. So I created the codebase, original codebase that also Monero uses. Yeah, I've been doing this. Monero started their own way, and I started my own way after I quit the Bytecoin project, and I was building Bullberry back these days, where I made a lot of mistakes, and I have to admit, Bullberry is a failed project, and we just moved it to Zana, and Zana is a project that we built together with Pavel. That's long story short.
Awesome. Thanks, Andre. Ravaga, go ahead.
Yeah, I do not have an extensive history with CryptoNode. I joined the project on Zana stage, and my background is product management mostly. So I'm doing anything but core development, website, apps, smart contracts if we need to. So this is kind of my area.
Awesome. Well, thanks. Glad to have you, and good to meet you, Gone Batfire.
Hey guys, I'm Gonzalo. I'm Ansano's community manager. Just glad to be here.
Awesome. Good to have you as always. And of course, Untraceable. I think most of us here probably know who you are already. And I think you'll be heading the debate.
Yeah, I'm nobody really. I just have a Twitter account, and a lot of people follow me for some reason. And I've been in crypto space since 2013, and that's about it.
Awesome. Well, go ahead and take it away if you would like to start it, Untraceable.
Okay, yeah, sure. So first, just for some context on I said earlier that, so the concerns that I have might not be a concern for everybody, because people have different standards and what they're looking for in a project or in crypto. So my views come from this perspective of like the OG Bitcoiner who was like, I want freedom money, prioritize decentralization, trustlessness, neutrality, fairness, this sort of stuff. So and this has kind of been diluted. Not many people, many newcomers have this sort of view anymore. Where the normies have come in and they just jump onto a coin and it goes up in price, and they're like, yeah, this is the best thing ever, right? But to me, it's a bit different. So that's where my concerns and the criticisms that I have are stemming from. So I'll start with the biggest thing for me. And first, I just want to ask a couple of questions to confirm, a couple of general questions, and then I'll explain what the concern is. And it's regarding Zano's supply. So 53% of the current supply came from Bullberry swaps. 7.8 million approximately Bullberry was swapped to Zano in 1 month time. That's correct, right? Those correct figures?
Yep.
Hold on.
Yep.
Let me check. I
Yeah,
don't
it's
have it
like
in mind. I just open it.
it's
If you buy,
around that. It's
Alright.
around that amount. It could be
Okay.
more precise, but like in the ballpark.
Okay. And then there was a 3.6 million pre-mine, which is currently 24.6% of the current supply. You guys are transparent about that. So at Genesis, the amount of Zano emitted would have been 11.3 million. Does that sound correct?
I think we had more,
More?
because we expected more people to swap, but we burned the unswapped coin.
Okay. Well, I just got that 11.3 million from adding the 7.8 million Bullberry that got swapped.
Yeah,
and then
the final
3.6.
supply, that would be the number of the final
Okay.
supply because we burned the unswapped coins.
Okay. So why do the Bullberry swap at all? Why not just launch Zano as its own network? I'm just interested to hear what the reasoning is.
Well, it was extensively explained in a bunch of blog posts I can refer to, but the main idea is Bullberry is the one with the free launch, and not a lot of people would agree, as we imagined, with the idea of having a pre-mine, and technologically those projects supposed to go in very different ways. So we didn't want to force people do a hard fork, and we allowed them to choose. Are they going to stay in the Bullberry on the conditions they agree and mine Bullberry, or are they going to join us with the Zano thing? So we wanted to have a clear separation between those two projects moving forward.
Why couldn't you have just developed Bullberry into what Zano is now? Why did it have to be a completely separate network?
Well, technically, I think, Andre, could you explain why Zano and Bullberry is not the same?
There's a bunch of reasons. The first of all, it's technically a very different project. Zana codebase, it's basically there is a lot of changes. We rewrote at the core. It's a significant amount of code that's been rewritten, and I don't see that there was a smooth way to transition. Second, this is by this time you should remember your OG. Proof of stake considered to be a very unfriendly direction. A lot of people have a kind of like a really strong disagreement that the proof of stake is something that any cryptocurrency should have, and we couldn't make such decisions to make such a strong pivot on the Bullberry. So yeah, there was I didn't see it going this way. So we just decided that it's better to launch a new project and give everyone opportunity from Bullberry to join our journey, and that was something that we thought is a good middle ground between all pros and cons. I mean, probably from a business perspective, it would be more smarter to just launch new project and forget about Bullberry, because the user base of Bullberry was pretty small and it was a small project, almost dead. So it wasn't really good decision from a business perspective, but we decided to do it because of many thoughts that we have that it's gonna be a right way to do.
So in short, you said it was because of technical reasons and because of the way the community would have taken implementing proof of stake. Did I get that?
Yeah, one of the reasons it's going to be really challenging to technically implement smooth transition on the Bullberry in the live network. And the second, we wasn't sure that even Bullberry as a project as was launched, we are supposed to change it this way. I mean, I'm not sure how people would react, but that's what it felt like in 2018 and 2019 when we launched it.
And you said that Bullberry was basically a dead project. There was very few users, etc.
It was dying, yes.
Uh-huh.
my perception because of, if you ask why, because of many mistakes that I made in the Bullberry.
Okay. So to me, it's disappointing that these types of decisions were taken, because it's just a few things that stop me from some.
I just got to chime in for a second, because
Sure.
this is Joe Biden, who I guess is obviously
Yeah,
JW.
look, I'm gonna let the debate happen, and then I'm gonna bring up the question super chats
Yes.
after, so we don't have to.
We bring up all the super chats, but I will. So Joe Biden, Doug, maybe a disclaimer that you get. I literally said that I think like 5 times already today. Zano has sponsored the Monerotopia conference, and we greatly thank them for that. We don't hide that. I make that. That's part of the reason why I like Zano. Because they support the Monero community and us by sponsoring us. So that's not hidden. They don't sponsor our show. They and not that I would even potentially discount that. They sponsor the conference, all the privacy tech projects that participate in the conference, if they have a means to, if they have a budget, if they're like, if they're not just starting out and they have a means, we ask them to sponsor, and that's what helps fund the conference. So Joe Biden, yes, fully disclosed once again.
So yeah, there's just only a few things that keep me from like fully endorsing Zano and getting excited about it. And this the supply, I made my peace with Premine, because everyone just does a Premine. Like I'm excited about DarkFi. They're also doing a Premine. Tari is also doing a Premine. So I made my peace with that, although 3.6 million, 24.6% of the current supply, that is a big one. But okay, the BVR, the Bullberry swaps, though, my issue with that is, how do we know how many Bullberry did you swap? Because as far as we can prove, as far as I'm aware, right, maybe the Zano team swapped all 7.8 million Bullberry. So the tech could control 80% of the supply, but I don't think we can prove that, because Bullberry is also crypto now, right? It has privacy. So what would you say to that? How can we be sure of who swapped these Bullberry coins to Zano?
Well, I don't think yeah. You wanna take this one, or I don't think we can prove that. I mean, no one can. We cannot prove that we didn't do that. But if this is the most reasonable conclusion you can come to after checking our Bitcoin talk and social networks, there was a chain, there were people mining it, there were exchanges and trades. And if you assume that it's us who bought the entire chain and then swapped it to launch a new one, well, I'm not going to argue with that. This is your conclusion. I don't have means to prove otherwise.
Right. I'm not concluding that. I'm saying we can't conclude. We can't rule it out. So
well,
it's just one of the decisions. Is one of the decisions that has me cautious about Zano. But we can't be completely sure that didn't happen, because, as you said, Bullberry was a dying project. The valuation was relatively low, so and it wasn't traded in many markets that I could find. I don't think it's traded in any markets today. So
no,
I'm not concluding.
It was traded on a bunch of exchanges, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But it got delisted from Poloniex, from other exchanges.
Yeah, but that's kind of the reason. I mean, that's kind of the reason for starting another one with the Premine, because project was basically out of funds, and the assumption that someone on the team got enough money to gobble the entire supply is kind of weird, given all the situation. And
right, and maybe it wasn't 7.8 million. Maybe it was only 1 million. Maybe it was only 1,000. Well, we don't know, right? We can't prove it. So that's just a question mark that is basically Zano team pre-mined at least 24.6%, but up to 80%. It's a question mark. We can't conclude whether that happened or it didn't.
I cannot agree with that phrase. Zano team pre-mined 20%, And there is a speculation that Zano team bought other coins for whatever purposes, but I wouldn't call it a pre-mine because this is not something that we did. And as you mentioned, we have like 20% pre-mine, which is big enough. And if we had an opportunity to buy those coins before, why would we make it that big? We could just keep it at 5% and have no questions asked. This doesn't sound reasonable to me, but like, I'm not trying to convince you that it is impossible. It is possible.
I believe the volumes on exchanges for Bulberry during all this time was so low that wasn't even possible to buy or accumulate that amount of coins. Even we like assumed that I was like secretly buying this. There was I believe because the volume looked like really miserable on the Bulberry on the last years. So
okay,
I don't know. We cannot prove that we didn't do something. We cannot only state that we didn't, and we stated we didn't do this. But I think that the whole formula is proof that you didn't do this, proof that you didn't do this. It's something really wrong. You cannot accuse people and ask them to prove that they didn't do something. It's just a kind of speculation or manipulation. I don't know how to call it.
Right. It is speculation, but it is still at the end of the day, it's a question mark. We can't know because it is a possibility. I'm not saying it did.
I understand why it's concerned to people because the supply and the amount of money that accumulated in one hand, it's something really dangerous in terms of financial security or potential profit. That's what people likely most interested in the most of the crypto, even though they declare the technology and stuff. But this is really important, and I understand this concern, and but there is nothing we can do about this except being transparent and honest with everybody. And we did this coin swap in a with a very good will. We wanted to do the best for our users who was loyal to something that I was doing in the 2014 because I had some support back in the 2014 and I really appreciated it. I just didn't want to give up all this stuff and for that reason we did this, and now we even having like backfire on this, like people speculating.
Yeah. It's, like I said, it's unfortunate that this was a decision instead of just launching with only just the pre-mine, because then I could be more on board. But so moving on from that, another thing I just wanted to get out of the way real quick is I wanted to know why was it only 1 month given to Bulberry holders to do the swap? Because when I'm researching this and I come across a thread on Reddit and I see people one guy there was pretty upset about it. Another comment said, I don't know, some months after the coin swap ended, he's asking, hey guys, is there any way I can swap? Because I just found my wallet and I have 1,700 Bulberry. So why was it only such a short period of time? You know, for this sort of event where basically anyone who didn't move from Bulberry lost their money, why was it such a short period of time?
The main reason for it, well, first of all, it was announced like ahead of time. I think the first time we mentioned it, it was the December of
2018.
Yeah, and the short time frame was to have a clear separation and finite supply, because we needed to list a new coin and they asked us for supply numbers, and we need to have that information conclusive. Like, we cannot say that we don't know what's the supply because we are having the swap from that other project. It was just way too complicated, so we shortened it up because that was the requirement from the exchanges.
Okay. Well, I don't think the swap should have happened at all, but it did, and unfortunately, I think that's way too short of a time. If the purpose was to protect Bulberry holders, But moving on from that, okay, we're done with the Bullberry swap discussion.
And Untraceable, if you want to just at this point too make clear as to why that would even potentially be a concern, like what is the concern there, just to clear, for people that are tuning in, and ultimately why would that be a concern if Zano holds more coins than we might expect.
Well, I was getting into that right now, so I guess so Zano is a proof of stake network, right? So the Bullberry had a dev tax, right? It was 1%.
It's hybrid, just to be clear.
Okay. Yeah. Zano is proof 50% proof of stake, 50% proof of work.
Yep.
So, but
We lost it.
Oh, did we lose Untraceable?
Yeah. Okay. I thought it was me.
Yeah, give him a sec. Give him a sec.
There
Oh,
it
yeah.
is.
All right.
Am I here?
Now it's good.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, can you
So
repeat the question?
does Zano have a dev tax?
It does not.
I would say that it does, because 3.6 million pre-mine, which Zano currently holds 788,000 still, correct?
Correct.
And these coins are staked, correct?
Yeah.
So you are taking block rewards much the same way as a dev tax would. And the network was launched this way, with coins that were created at zero cost to you out of thin air. They are being staked, and now they are generating revenue. So from your staking simulator, I think it's your staking simulator. It's a staking simulator that I found online. Your 788,000 Zano create at the price of $16 per Zano, which was the all-time high yesterday or whenever that was, makes
Okay.
you over $300,000 a year. These are rewards that would have gone to legitimate or regular users of the network if it wasn't for you staking them, coins that were created at zero cost to you, pre-mine. You're generating revenue out of this. Block rewards that are coming from, that should have been going to honest, I wouldn't say honest, but regular users, instead go to you. So
Yeah,
to me, that is a dev tax 100%.
I'm confused about the ones. This is exactly why we have it designed that way. The staking rewards supposed to fund the project, and it was never enough. It's just the recent all-time high kind of inching closing to the burn rate we have. So this is just starting to work out, and this is how we intend to fund the project.
Wasn't the pre-mine supposed to fund the project, not the staking? So the pre-mine and the staking both together was your plan from the beginning to fund the project?
Yeah, pre-mine is a finite supply. If we just burn the pre-mine, we got no coins left. So the idea was to reach a certain price level to have it sustainable.
Okay.
And it took longer than expected, like way
Yeah,
longer than
and
expected.
like it's been tough getting there, and just now we kind of inching closer to it. So like, I don't really see it as a concern. This is the way to fund the project, and I don't mean me personally,
But
like people involved in the project.
Yeah, the foundation fund now sits at around 5%. So
okay, but guys, you have $12.6 million in Zano. That is the fund for the project. Staking it, I mean, so I'm not saying that there's necessarily anything dishonest, except for the way that it's portrayed, because it is a dev tax.
But what's dishonest about that? I mean, the fund is auditable, and it was auditable from the first day, and that was presented as the business model of the project on the launch. This is why we don't have I mean, that was the reason for a swap that you questioned, because we wanted to do it this way and we didn't want to force people. So
Yeah, the fact that we were gonna stake it was clear from the beginning.
Okay. And so the only concern then is that you claim there is no dev tax when there is in fact a dev tax. Block rewards
I
are
don't see.
being
I don't see why
given.
it's called the tax, because there is a bunch of like a lot of proof of stake projects and nobody calls it tax. I mean, tax is a very negative word. People hate taxes, and when
tax
people associate
means
tax with, it's like we are taxing the project. No, we just have coins and we stake like every other. And staking is not that you are getting these coins for no reason because you have it. No, you have to contribute to the network. You have to keep your node running, and for that you're getting your block rewards. It's
yeah,
not a
that's
tax.
actually
You contribute to network security the same way any other, and that's all been the idea of the project since the beginning.
Yeah, they are providing security.
We actually because we have a like a really strong consensus model, we keep block rewards very low, and it's as low as it's possible to maintain the reliable consensus model. And from that perspective, we have the minimal percentage like annual profitability. And I mean, it's
yeah,
not a
our
staking; it's just a
API
minimum
is
motivation
sitting
for
around
users
2%,
to
I
keep
think.
security network. I don't know why you use taxation word, which is like super negative for most of the people.
Well, I use it because that is what it is. So
Well,
to
Can I
for
still
some.
disagree, if you don't mind? Tax
Sure.
meaning we taken pay cut out of blocks produced by other people, which we do not. We stake our coins and we mine blocks and we get the block rewards just like anyone else.
But these were coins that were created at zero cost to you out of thin air. No other user has that ability.
Yes, still.
hmm
But
So,
yes, we created the value of these coins, I believe.
so to give you an example of why this is an issue, DarkFi, are you familiar with DarkFi?
Not really.
Not
Okay,
really.
so this is Amir's project. It's not mainnet yet, but they planned to launch as a proof of stake system, and they also have a pre-mine. And recently, last year, they saw the issue that we're discussing now, and that is the I'm looking at the tweet thread that they made here. But essentially, they realized that this was an issue. And instead of being a proof of stake system now, they are going to be merge mined with Monero, at least initially. So let me read a little bit about what they wrote here regarding this
Feel
and
free
why
to share
they
your screen
switched.
if you want to show anything for context. You don't have to, but if you want to, you can.
No, I'm not going to share my screen. Let me just read a quote here. Let me find where it's a kind of a long tweet. Let me just find where it says.
It was a distribution issue, I think.
Oh yeah, you actually, I think you replied to this tweet,
Yeah.
so you know about it.
Yeah, I can look for it, but it was basically about how you're gonna distribute the coins at first.
So yeah, so it says first, nodes must have stake at the genesis of the chain. So there must be some token pre-distribution. Second, in the proof of stake, we had implemented the probability of winning a reward was quasi-proportional to the amount staked. That means that unless the tokens were distributed over a wide network of people for a long period of time, block production would be centralized. And it goes on, and basically it's giving an unfair advantage to the insiders and people who benefit from the pre-mine. And this is a way in which essentially no other user can ever catch up to their stake. You guys will always have a large percentage of the block rewards going to you. And whether you agree that to call it a dev tax or not, it's essentially the same thing. You're taking, yes, you are mining or you're validating the blocks, but these are coins that were created at zero cost to you. No other user has this ability. Where users get 1 Zano per block, you could, because of this 30% pre-mine, or I don't know what it was, 25%, it's reduced. Over time, it averages is that they are getting less rewards because there are a group of people on the network that have coins that were created out of thin air. The equivalent to Monero, if this were to happen in Monero, is it's as if someone had the ability to poof CPUs out of thin air, mining rigs, just materialize them and have 30% of the hash rate getting rewards to them. So
I heard a lot of this. This points was the most common that I hear against proof of stake all of the time. I have I faced a lot of criticism about proof of stake, and none of this criticism actually comes from an actual consensus perspective. It comes from how fair it's to other people. My first comment on this. As engineer, I first concerned about security, and proof of stake is more secure than proof of work. Period. We don't know how to overcome few potential attack against proof of stake. For that reason, we use a hybrid model, proof of work and proof of stake, and we use it not because of it's more suitable model from business perspective for us, but because it's just the only model I know that can resist a potential attack that exists at this time. Because my first project was proof of work. My second project, Bulberry, was proof of work. It was a relatively small project, and I saw how easy to double spend. I saw this different types of attack against proof of work, and I know exactly how wicked, how many problems it have, and for that reason we use proof of stake. Also, this is really sad that DarkFi is going to be using merged mining with proof of work. I believe they're going to be switched to something more resistant to attacks, and otherwise it's going to be really sad. And the last comment that I have about this is, okay, if you don't have this staking thing, okay, you created pre-mine with a dev fund, for example, like 10% of the coins or 20, and then you got burned this coin. When the coin's over, what's next? What's you gonna do next? Because back in 2014, when I launched Bulberry, I remember I had like a lot of like comments in the thread on Bitcoin Talk, because the live was existed on Bitcoin Talk mostly. And there was a guy who came to my project. He said, "Hey, that's a nice project, but you made a terrible mistake. Just you should have made a pre-mine. Otherwise, man, you're in trouble." And I keep remembering this guy because after this, for many years, I saw so many projects that was doing some brilliant ideas, like technically very great developers was building this, but they was like convinced that the proof of that pre-mine is something really bad, or pre-mine is something that should be really small, and they start the project and then the fund is burned and then it's over. And I saw it so many times, so we wanted to create something that will be consistently and let us to keep going and going. And the main question, if you have just a dev font, it will be burned at some point, like it's over. No. And then you have to switch the model. You have to start asking people to donate, but people will not donate because you had a pre-mine, and they will blame you in many things. So there is a lot of reasons why we have this, and I agree with what Pavel said. We don't tax blocks that other people created. We just create blocks that was created by the dev fund, and also it's not. I mean, it might be fair if we have a significant, a huge pre-mine that we are staked like 30% or 40%. But first of all, the part of the block comes with a proof of work, so you have to divide it on two. And second, even if at the beginning we had a way bigger dev fund, right now we have a really small percentage of the whole supply, and we are we are a really small part of the staking power. We cannot control it. We have a really small cut from it, fair cut, the same as other cuts. So I don't think this point applied to Zana these days in any way.
And people can
Okay.
still mine Zano and get it that way.
Yeah.
Okay, so there are a lot of things there. I took some notes on the points that you hit. So you switched the topic there a little bit, because I'm not debating the merits of proof of stake or whether it's secure. I'm just saying that proof of stake plus a pre-mine is unfair. And as far as that, it's sad that DarkFi is going proof of work. No, absolutely not. That is a great thing, because this issue that you guys have is not going to be a concern. The initial distribution of coins and the unfairness, it's not going to be an issue, because the coins DarkFi will launch. It will be proof of work. There will be a long period in which honest miners get coins, and there's a fair and decentralized distribution of the supply before they consider going proof of stake.
But how they
And
fund the project?
They have a pre-mine.
So it's the same tax. They just
They
tax
are
it in advance.
they are not proof of stake. It's a proof of work
Doesn't
chain.
matter. Doesn't matter. The same way you call Bulberry as a tax, but there was a pre-mine, just was a continuous pre-mine, because we took a fraction of every block. Pre-mine is the same tax. They just took it in advance at the beginning of the block. You can see it as the same as taxation. I don't see how pre-mine is different from the tax as something that you call tax in a Bulberry, for example.
The issue
Same
here,
way.
guys, is not the pre-mine. The issue is that the pre-mine is staked. Okay, and you launch the chain this way. So, okay,
I see.
I think
you made your point. I see your point.
I
disagree,
think
but
whether
I see your point.
okay, I think the viewers also get it. So continue on with. You said you also don't tax other people's blocks. You just create blocks that wouldn't even exist in the first place were it not for you staking coins that were created out of thin air. And you say you have a small part of the staking power, but you have, what is it, 5-6% currently? Yeah. Okay. I wouldn't say that's small. And in total, actually, we're only saying we're only counting the coins that you have left from the pre-mine. But you actually, the pre-mine was 3.6 million. So it means I imagine you sold this to investors, private investors. I believe you mentioned in an interview in the past.
We mostly was selling it with little chunks every month to get the salary. And first years, Zana had a very hard years. We had a very little liquidity. So we had to ask our supporters to buy coins OTC. But we was doing it like with a little chunks every month, mostly.
So these were sold, this was sold at exchanges, never, were they ever sold to private investors?
We were, when was low liquidity, especially first few years of Zana, we were doing this little sales. You can see the history of Dev Fund in auditable wallet. You see how was chunks was cut from it. At some point, we started to use the hot wallet, so we was taking big chunk, and then this auditable hot wallet was used in the smaller chunks. But it was only last 2 years when we had enough liquidity on the exchange, so we can safely sell it without like dropping the price heavily.
Okay, but so
most of the
But so you did not sell Zano to any private investors, any pre-mined Zano to any private investors. It was all through exchanges.
No,
what did you?
But you mean like a big
maybe you
investor?
can comment it better way because it.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
You mean like a big investor?
A private investor. So someone says,
Not
"Hey,"
through exchange. Is that the
like Roger Ver, for example, or anyone
I
else,
think-
any private investor. Did you sell to any private person
Not through
pre-mined
exchange.
Zano?
Not the dev fund. We had a we when we onboarded Roger there, we had a I don't know if we should say it, Pavel. What do you think?
Well, we did made the OTC deals with various people, and
Yeah.
the
Okay.
reason
All the
we
different people
mentioned-
participated in the deal with Roger there.
yeah,
Okay.
because like you cannot drop a big
We
chunk.
actually
of Nano
convinced
on the-
one of our supporters, like the big supporter, to sell his coin to Roger Ver to get him onboarded, because like you need a
Mhm.
bunch of the coins. That was the biggest contribution from actually two our biggest supporters provided their coins to onboard Roger Ver.
Okay. So any coins that were sold to private investors from the pre-mine, these are also coins that have an unfair advantage over all other participants. So while you have 5% of the staking power, all the pre-mine coins also have that same unfair advantage.
what's the-
But my main issue, I'm not going to focus on that. My main concern that I'm getting at here is that I've already said several times is that your pre-mine stake is essentially a dev tax. So I think we beat this topic to death. You don't agree, but you see it, right? So we let viewers make their own assessment on what they think about that.
Now, can you repeat what's the unfair advantage for the people who bought coins OTC? They paid the market price for it. Why is it unfair?
Well, like I said, this isn't really my main concern. It's more the pre-mine coins that you guys stake. But I don't know if the coins that were sold to private investors were sold at spot, under spot. But in the end, okay, sure.
It was even over the market price at the time.
They was
because
buying
wanted-
with premium.
Okay.
Yeah, and as per taxation goes, I still don't think this is an issue, because you can say we did like 20% pre-mine, and over time it rises up to 23 or 25 because of the blocks we produced. This is still just a number.
Okay, so at the end of the day, just to cap this particular concern is just that the pre-mine at the launch of the network and the staking of it is essentially, to me, I view it as a dev tax. It's an unfair advantage to all other network participants. Yeah. So whether...
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Like a quick question. If we have a situation where the dev fund stopped to stake, would it be I'm not saying that we're doing this. I'm just wondering your position. If we stop staking the dev fund, would it fix the issue for you?
Well, it would make it better, but it's kind of already happened. But over time, as regular users get distributed coins by mining or staking themselves, your unfair advantage drops over time, over a long time, of course, because it's you have quite a lot of them. But it doesn't erase the past unfair advantage and the past dev tax that you guys have collected from the network.
I got your point. Can I'm since it's debate, can I ask other question?
Sure, of course.
Do you have on your mind any form of continuous funding of the project that you wouldn't call a taxation, which is not donation based?
The pre-mine is the funding for the project.
It's not continuous. It's not continuous. It's going to be over at some point. I mean, do you have any continuous form of funding project on your mind that you wouldn't call taxation?
Well, what other kinds of funding? You said you don't think donations are viable, because that's exactly how Monero developers get funded.
And I have a lot of respect for this. I have a lot of. I actually, Monero, one of the one of the very few projects that survived that long and prospering, and they managed to be community-driven and based on donations. And I have a lot of respect for this, and I really like it. But you cannot put Monero as example because the history of Monero is different. Monero became project number 1 in the privacy, and it became in the top 10 of project of CoinMarketCap. After like a few months, 2 or 3 months, it was released to public, and it wasn't made by Monero. They was just got the technology that was working, that was made by other team with a heavy investments, by the way. And most of the Monero, when they bring this example, they don't see this missing part of the picture that was made a great work before it happened. They see just, oh, it's happened. It is a most famous project. And when they became a biggest project and they consolidated a lot of people with this momentum, because there was a great technology behind this and people liked this. It was the first protocol that was built from the scratch with the great ideas, and it was running network. Everything was great. A lot of people consolidated around this. And then it was easier to manage the nation part, because you already have a huge community of people. There was quite a vacuum in the privacy area because there was no privacy projects like this existing and launched. Zcash was writing the papers by this time. And then, yeah, you were lucky, and they were lucky to have this. And then they managed to organize all these people. But imagine situation when you have to build something from scratch. Nobody knows you. You're a guy from nowhere. Also, if you speak about me, I was hated by most of the privacy community because of efforts of Ricardo and his friends. And it's a whole different story. I don't think anyone would manage to build project from the ground this day without foundation or any premise. And I'm glad that Monero exists. It's a great example. It's even inspire me because I see how this project run it, and I see that it changes the people who run the projects, but the project's still there. It's really great, but you cannot put as an example of how you launch or run the project. Just that's my point.
Yeah, only Bitcoin really achieved.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely.
Like being built from scratch with just voluntaries and donations. Only Bitcoin achieved that.
And that's the problem of most of other projects, because they try to copy Bitcoin model, but it's not going to work for anyone else. In real, the project that you see, the successful project, they all have a foundation. They have some business side. I mean, most of the projects that are like super business, I don't like they're just created to get people out of money. They didn't bring much of technology, but projects like, for example, Ethereum, which I like a lot because they bring a lot of innovation into industry, and they are very underpriced project these days, I believe, because they made so much for industry, and still everybody buy Bitcoins. But they have it in the right model. They didn't copy Bitcoin. They created foundation. They raise money, and now they do what they do. That's my point.
So I believe if it's a worthwhile project, if it's bringing value and use to people, people will fund you, because this is what's happening with Monero. Yes, that wouldn't have happened at the start, but this is why you have a pre-mine and you build value. And Zano has gone up in price, and now the pre-mine is worth more. So my only issue with that, I don't have necessarily an issue with the pre-mine, even though it's kind of big pre-mine. I guess that is a bit of an issue. But you did get funding by selling that pre-mine. The issue is staking it, because to me, that is essentially a dev tax. And what more it does is that means that Zano is not neutral. It's because one of the comments, I've heard this before as well, a thread from Mr. Quibs comparing Monero and Zano, saying that Zano is like Monero, private money. And I disagree with that, because it can be used as money, just as anything can. But good money is neutral. It doesn't favor any group of people. So
what do you mean by Zano is not neutral? I didn't get it.
So neutrality being it doesn't favor a group of people. It's decentralized. Do you understand?
Not really.
So
Which project you call neutral?
Bitcoin is neutral.
It
Monero
favors
is
proof of work.
neutral.
Oh no, it favors proof of work. It favors ASIC manufacturers a lot.
Okay.
Every
give you
proof of
that.
work project is not natural. Not natural by nature, I believe.
Okay.
Which is totally unfair, I believe, because proof of work people don't have any bond with the project. It's very simple business model. They buy the hardware, they make money, they sell it the same day, and they don't care about project at all. That's I think it's a really bad idea to favor those people for a proof of work project.
Also, I think that without staking the pre-mine, we will have run out of funds by now, right?
Sorry, what?
Yeah, we we do all these measurements at the recent all-time high, which is like, I don't know, 16, 15 bucks. But if you run the same calculations at the 20 cents price, you realize that this is not a lot of money to support the project. And when we take staking, you just like extending that amount by 2 or 3% per year, which does not change anything. So I don't really understand what's the issue with the staking. It
So-
was our idea for a future that at some point we'll have a fund that would allow us to pay the bills. But until that happened, we would have to sell the pre-mine like you suggest. So this is kind of like a hybrid system, and it's working. I mean, if we manage to maintain the price high enough to pay the project expenses, that would be the ideal scenario.
Okay. Well, you don't see the issue with that, but I'm just telling you that
I
do,
think just to
and-
like just to kind of explain for people viewing too, what Untraceable was, I think, trying to say, and Untraceable, correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, basically saying that if you know if Monero or whatever is going to be the money of the money utility of the world, then as it goes up in market cap and gains adoption and grows, it can't be that it's benefiting some small group more than others, right? And so the idea is, in Monero, it's pretty good. It's distributed pretty well to the point where there's no centralized group that's benefiting. Look at something like Zcash. Obviously, there's a centralized group that's benefiting. So he's arguing, or Trace was arguing that because of the pre-mine and the fact that it's staked, that there's a small group that's benefiting more than others. And I guess the way I would look at it is, you know, I think even John Murphy would agree. I mean, that's basically what his presentation was on, is that it's a spectrum, right? So there is no perfectly distributed, even Bitcoin itself, right? There were just a few people that were originally mining it that were obtaining way more of it than anybody else. Obviously, Satoshi obtained a ton of it, but those coins seem to be locked. But yeah, there is no coin that is purely fairly distributed, and at the end of the day, potentially not benefiting some small group. But what I would say is perhaps the saving grace for a project like Monero, and arguably for Zano too, is the fact that it has a tail emission. And because of that, over time, and I think Untraceable, you even touched on that a little bit, over time, things will even out. And that's kind of what the argument is in Monero, that over time, it'll be more fairly distributed because there'll always be new coins created. But I just want to get those thoughts out there and clarify things.
Yeah,
I think I've got the point. And I see that the point as a project makes kind of more money than expected with staking, which is called taxation. We have to, that's a good point. I see this point. We have to make it clear that the project's money, it's not mine or Pavel's money. And it's a matter of governance. It's a matter of how projects spend this money on the project. So if this is concerned that me or Pavel take this money, it's other problem that we can discuss too, because we have when we really actively work on how to organize the governance for the project, because now it's became a quite big money, and we don't want to manually control this only by ourselves. And that's another, we can discuss this topic too, but if this subject is about that the project makes more money than expected, I don't see how it's bad. It's for the project benefit. If we agree that this money is spent on the project and managed properly, I don't see it as a bad thing that project have more funds to continue with this.
I would even add, if it will be like way more than expected and way more than reasonably needed, we would burn the amount that is deemed unreasonable. Imagine Zana going to a 1,000 per coin. We wouldn't want to see it on the 5% of staking power at this point. It never happened before, and it was never a concern. And I don't know if it's the right venue to announce that, but we are already working on the decentralized governance for the dev fund because
yeah, we can actually touch the subject now if it's a proper time. We can explain how we see the future of how the dev fund will be managed in future, because we really started to speak about this with our supporters, and we started to think that we don't want to control ourselves this whole amount of coins, and we want to move it to a vault that controlled by the stakers, all stakers, with a governance mechanism. And we already have a technical way how to do it. We already discussed with this vault, with the core team. So we actually have idea how to actually give the dev fund back to control of the stakers, and then they can vote or put the veto on any expenses that the team would be requesting. The governance is very complicated subject, because I even now, after reading like a bunch of models, we don't know the perfect model for the governments, because every time there is a way for manipulation or some different ways. But we're looking into this, and we really want to build something that will be fairly managed. And if, for example, Untraceable or whoever else have ideas how the government should be working, we are really welcome everyone to give it a shot and present what you see is the best governance model.
Okay, and yeah, Doug, you did get that right. Your summary. Essentially, what it comes down to, this is the like for example, what DarkFi is doing. It is because at the start of a network, when it's pre-mined with proof of stake, then the distribution of coins hasn't even had a chance to take place, and it does favor a centralized group of people. To me, that is not neutral, even though it can be a spectrum. And to me, for that is not good money. But what Zano is to me is a platform, and if it's all about the way that it's presented, and if it's marketed correctly. And so to me, Zano does have a dev tax. It's not neutral, and it unfairly favors a group of people who have a hold of the pre-mined. And moving on from that, I guess you'll be happy to hear that is my biggest concern. So that's out of the way. The other stuff, I mean, otherwise, guys, I think Zano it's good what you guys are doing, because we need experimentation, and that's what Zano is doing. And even though at the moment, the next thing I want to get into is the confidential assets, because even though it is a good thing what you guys are doing. Hold on, my desk is lowering. I want to sit again. At the moment, what it is that I don't see the use case, because I've made this point on Twitter before, that confidential assets, as they are implemented currently, are completely centralized to the issuer of the CA, and there's no way to fairly distribute them. So essentially, the creator of the confidential asset is a central bank. And to me, that's not what I'm in crypto for. I want decentralization. I want trustlessness. And maybe that's something that can come down the line for Zano. But at the moment, I just don't see the use case. And even what Aaron Day is doing with Karma, the gold-backed stablecoin, I just fail to see that how that's useful for anyone, because at the end of the day, you are trusting Aaron or his company actually have that gold, and they're not going to get raided by the FBI or whatever three-letter agency and get taken down and all the gold seized, and then your money's gone. And we have to have Aaron give us these tokens that we hope they're IOUs essentially. And what can be this already can be done actually. We have Tether. Tether also has a gold stablecoin, and you can put those on Railgun on ETH, which is a privacy protocol similar to Tornado Cash. So you can already have private centralized stablecoins on ETH. It's gold Tether. I forgot what it's called. It's like TAUD, or I don't know what it's called. But this already exists, and it's to me, it's worse user experience on. Okay, I can't say worse. It's, I guess, equal user experience. If you're going to do it on Zano, it's going to be the same thing. It's going to be centralized, and we have to trust Karma or whoever's issuing the token is going to act in our interest. So maybe you can tell us what's coming down the line for Zano and confidential assets. Is there any ideas you guys have on how to tackle these issues, or is that not an issue to you guys either? What do you think?
Well, it's a little bit of both. First of all, it's not the final design. Obviously, we will work on the distribution schemes, but the way it's designed right now, it is designed on purpose. Confidential assets aren't meant to replace Zano or Monero to have a fair distribution and be used as a media of exchange. It meant to tokenize the assets. And obviously, you will have to have some party responsible for the assets you're tokenizing. And it doesn't have to be always decentralized. I mean, when I don't trust Tether to have my entire net worth in USDT, but I trust Tether enough to have a few $100 to send around. So the same approach could be applied for confidential assets. You don't have to trust your entire net worth to whatever issuer, but you can still have a privacy-focused stablecoin, and you can send it around, and people wouldn't know your balance. But yes, you will have to trust a guy with a bar of gold somewhere. And it's not just a stablecoin. It could be any other asset. For example, another project that is being launched on a confidential asset stack, confidential layer. They wrap other on-chain assets on Zano. And there should be a wallet that is in control of the source asset. It could be, however, decentralized, protected by the threshold signature or any other scheme, but there should be a place where that protocol keeps the original one. And there is a market for that. I mean, the RWA segment of tokens, it's a big part of the market. So I can't say that there is no value to it. Maybe this is not something that you would particularly use, but I believe there is a market.
Railgun, by the way, uses a trusted setup, but I think the point is it's good to have options. So if you want to do confidential assets on a crypto nodes-based blockchain, then you can choose Zano.
And is there any expectation that Zano will have some sort of smart contract functionality in the future?
Well, we don't want to bring virtual machine on Zano because that feels like rebuilding the entire Ethereum. We would rather work in the direction of bridging and execute smart contract operation on either Zano subchain on another L1 with the EVM capabilities, because we are mostly aiming into collaboration more than competition. So if we could use other strong points of other projects to our advantage, we would rather do that. Although it's not impossible to put a virtual machine on something like Zano, it's not our goal or plan.
So yeah, as it is, confidential assets to me, I personally, it's not something that I'm particularly excited to use in their current state because of the centralization and the need for a trusted party. I have suggested to you, I don't know to who, but I've suggested to someone in the Zano team before on Discord and also elsewhere.
I believe it was me. And as I mentioned,
Yeah.
this is a work in progress. Of course, we are researching other ways to do the distribution. This is just something that we have up and running on the mainnet. I believe it's not useless, but I'm also not saying that this is the absolute perfection and we would stop researching the area.
Right. So there is potential. I'd see potential, but as it is currently, I don't see many use cases that appeal to me. And I imagine there's a lot of people who feel the same way. And the thing is that this is the thing that Zano is doing, right? It's confidential assets. And it's unfortunate that we do require centralized parties and trusts and trust to be able to do this. I created my own assets, Dogenero. I guess meme coin, shitcoin, just whatever. I don't know. I gave it a couple billion supply, and it was also very difficult to send it out to people. I made a post on Twitter, and I said, whoever wants some Dogenero, comment your address or your alias here, and I'll send you some. And that was a pain in the ass because the Zano wallet doesn't even allow me to send to multiple addresses in one transaction. All Monero wallets, all good ones at least, you can do that. You enter an address, you enter how much Monero you're sending, press enter the next address, how much Monero you're sending, press enter, and you can send to. So for Zano, I had to do this one at a time, and there is the lock period where you can't send funds after doing so. So it took me a few days to get through everyone who commented on that Twitter thread for me to send some of this worthless Dogenero to them. So that's when my eyes really got opened. It's like, well, I have to distribute these coins. I can't do it in an easy way because of the lock period. And it's completely centralized. I own all however many billion Dogenero there is. And the only possible way to get this to people is for me to personally go into my wallet and send it to people. So
can I ask why you keep saying that it's the only way possible is to have it centralized?
Well, what other way is there?
I mentioned it a few times, I think, on the Twitter that there is a at least a shared secret where you can distribute the secret between a bunch of people, and that's how the bridge is going to be working. I mean, soon that we are building with other team. It's not the only way. You can, if we have a we can Ethereum signature. There's a potential option to control the set, and you can have a group of people that control this, not in a centralized way. Like up to 50 people can be in control of this address, and you can build any decentralized protocol around this. And that's going to be same way decentralized as any other entities that run stable coins or something. That's probably we didn't provide a great example of use yet, but I can explain it later, and even provide with a library that can build a distributed signature from a bunch of people up to 50 people. We have it in a tests in a test network. It's not in the mainnet yet, actually, but the way we created it, it's meant to be decentralized, of course. Otherwise, it would be all based on trust, and that's we understand that's not how crypto works.
It's still a valid point. Yeah, I have to agree, because we do not have that information out there on the.
Yeah.
So it's a fair assessment, and I agree with the feedback. The user experience is like.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true.
As I mentioned, this is work in progress, and some of the issues you mentioned were already addressed with the changed in outputs, and the other thing that Andre just mentioned, the Ethereum-like signature, is already live on the testnet, and we'll introduce it to the mainnet in coming weeks or month. I'm not entirely sure.
We can probably even post a threshold signature example of how to use it to build decentralized custody around these assets. And the said about user experience with waiting for O2XO, we created multiple outputs when you emit the coins, so you don't have this problem that much. And the problem with not sending from Zano interface to multiple destinations, I totally agree with this. That's gonna be we should fix it.
Yeah, well, we are a little bit behind on the product side of things, because we are a small team and we are aware of those issues, but it takes a lot of time to catch up. But like, we know and we are working on it.
Okay, that is, I didn't know about that. You could have 50 people have control of the asset. That is cool, but I wouldn't say that's necessarily decentralization. That's just a federation, as someone said in the comments. And
but the conventional layer, conventional layer is even more decentralized, right?
Well, it's the same threshold signature scheme, but they can make contract calls. So in a way, you can have some programmability to the distribution scheme.
But basically, this is something that we came up at this moment, and we are really open for any ideas how to make it even more decentralized, or which tech we can build inside this to make it not federated but shared between more people. That's the goal. That we want to build the tool. We don't want to build a stable coin ourselves, or don't want to build any tokens ourselves. We want to build a platform that people will use, and decentralize that the big issue, and we work on this. That's just a quick solution that we came up, like maybe it's a temporary, maybe we can come up with something better next year.
So the bottom line, the crux of the issue with CAs, confidential assets, it's not whether one person has control over it or 50 people have control over it. At the end of the day, you're still requiring trust in those people in a space where we value don't trust, verify. So to me, I wouldn't call that decentralized. That's a federation. Those are things that Bitcoin is also doing, and most Bitcoiners also don't like this. So at the end of the day, if the issue being requiring trust in a centralized person or group of 50 people or a group of X number of people, that's the issue, because humans are always vulnerable to I'm having a brain fart, to corruption, right? And you have to trust that they're going to have your best interest at heart. And so what we want is code to do the work. To not trust the person or group of people, but to trust the code that it automates it, and it does what it's supposed to do every time. So this is really,
you can build a code on top of it, or why not? If someone came up with an L2 solution for this and build a protocol on top of this, for example, private key, and they put it into protocol how to approve the transaction. It's going to be something that you're speaking about. It's going to be not on the trust, but on the algorithm.
Right, and if it can be done in the future, that's great. But I judge the value or the worth of a project by what is possible today. So maybe, hopefully, that's something that is possible, and we'll see. The other question that I had was regarding the confidential layer. So that's not you guys. That's a completely separate group that is working on confidential layer.
Yeah, it's a project based on Cosmos blockchain. This is how the TSS signature validators communicate with each other. They integrate Zano and other privacy tech along with Ethereum and Bitcoin.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And okay, well, since it's not you guys doing it, I guess I don't really
I
have
don't
any
know how
questions.
it works though, if you're interested.
Okay, sure. Yeah, share that a little bit.
So what exactly is your question?
So we're told that it's a bridge, and we're gonna wrap assets onto Zano. How does that work? Where does the Bitcoin sit once you bridge Bitcoin and wrap and create a confidential asset on Zano? What is the process there?
There's a Cosmos-based blockchain with the node validators. Let's say there's a collective of those nodes. They together receive the incoming transaction to the wallet they control with a distributed key. They check the validity of the transaction and they issue the corresponding asset on Zano chain. So the original Bitcoin stays in the wallet and the key to the wallet does not exist until the consensus reached on the network, and they create the key to release the Bitcoin or any other.
I can little addition to this. The private key does not exist at all. There is a threshold signature, so it means, yeah, I mean, you probably know what it means. You likely know that the fractions of the key exist on between all this group of people, like 50
Yeah,
50%. But the private key doesn't exist at it, and it's never exist. And they can create a transaction from the custodial wallet only together, not all together. It's going to be some majority of like
66%.
80%. Yeah, some percentage of them as it's part of configuration security setup we will configure. But that's the whole idea, and that's why they use this to not have, because the biggest problem of the bridges that the money got stolen at some point. So we want to remove this point of weakness. We want to remove the custody from someone or someone. So it's going to be as much people as possible.
So if I understood correctly, so someone initiates the bridging process. They send their Bitcoin to a wallet, which is controlled by someone at the confidential layer.
It's controlled by a group of people. It's not controlled by any person. There is no private key exist from this. There is a group of equal validators, for example, 50.
Yeah,
50
I don't think we should say group of people. It's not a blockchain with users and nodes.
Yeah. It's actually the rules are written in the Cosmos blockchain how it operates.
So no person could then withdraw that Bitcoin, is what you're saying?
Absolutely no. That's the whole point. Absolutely.
So on the other end, wrapped Bitcoin is created on Zano. Now, what happens then with that wrapped Bitcoin? Who controls it?
Same way. Absolutely the same. Set of fraction of private key. They control asset. We call it asset descriptor object in Zano. They have a collective custody of the asset, same way they have a custody of Bitcoin, or same way they have a custody or EVM network. Same way they have a threshold signature on the Bitcoin side, they have a threshold signature on the Zana control asset side, and they have a threshold signature on the EVM network side. So they have a public key that existed, which basically is address. But the private key doesn't exist for them. For them, it doesn't exist, and it's just a fraction of pieces of private keys distributed between token owners. That's
So
the whole point, to build it this way, just to not have a single point of failure.
So how does the wrapped Bitcoin get into my hands? So I want to wrap one Bitcoin, I send it through confidential layer bridge, and then how does that wrapped Bitcoin get to me if no one controls the key?
At this moment, we have the script. Basically, you attach some payload information into Bitcoin transaction, where you put destination network where you want to bridge it, and network ID, like a really small really small number, and you put the address destination at the network where you want it. For example, in Zana, you put the network ID of Zana and the network and the address in Zana. And this is encrypted on the shared secret, so nobody and the third party can read it. So only bridge can read it. So it's some sort of privacy. So you just send this Bitcoin transaction, and that's a bunch of nodes that looking into Bitcoin network and EVM network and Zana network. They see this transaction, and I don't know how exactly it works right now, but as for last conversation with the team, it works like the initiator initiated with anyone from these nodes and ask, hey, can I get this? And they started the whole process. Or the process started by seeing this transaction if the fee is included. It depends how they have it now.
So the wrapped Bitcoin on Zano can only be sent to the receiver's address, the payload that you include in the Bitcoin transaction, and then it wraps, and it can only the recipient's address, the address they indicated, can receive it. Am I understanding?
I think you put the payload information into this transaction and in an encrypted way, so the bridge itself can understand where you want to get this wrapped thing, in which network and to which address, and then it processed, and then they collectively validate this transaction. This transaction is valid to this address that have enough funds, and then they collectively confirm this transaction, build the threshold signature, and emit money on the other network.
So what are the risks? Are there any?
Like any blockchain, there's a lot of risks. The first of all, we are now in the middle of peer review we started peer review of this protocol with the common prefix. We also hired them for doing peer review for the consensus protocol update that we're working on right now. But we will have some sort of formal review quite soon from them. The guys seems to be very experienced in the bridge building. So it's going to be probably more formal academic documentation of the whole process that I just explained it after this review. But we hope that we can address the risks with this team. But basically, the risks that we missed something in the protocol level and someone can exploit it, which is true for every project.
Yeah, which is always the risk.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the risk that we did something really stupid with the code base, or the team that built the bridging part, they did something stupid.
But
or
there
it's
are
going to
no
be like so many things.
I mean, they've been building bridges before, and they have quite an impressive GitHub. So I'm fairly certain it's not going to be an amateur work, but we're still gonna have
it's open source, is it not?
Yeah.
Of course,
okay.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so there's only one more thing that I wanted to touch on, and that is the transaction fee on Zano. Why is it? I understand why it is 0.1 is the transaction fee. It's a flat fee, hard coded into the protocol.
Yeah.
So the hope is, and this fee gets burned.
Yeah.
And my criticism of that is this is called like token economics, but to me, I would call it pumponomics. Are you familiar with that term?
I heard
I
it.
feel what you're trying to say. I would probably agree with what you're saying. We should
Right.
get
So
fee lower. Yeah, this is very like urgent to do that. We have as soon as we have like more free time and won't be that
Yeah, you should probably
overwhelmed, they
mention
will
that
work on this.
this is something that was supposed to be done already. It was planned
Yeah.
by.
so
First of all, we
it's
didn't expect that action of the price action. Like no one expected this, so we caught off guard of this. So we have to do this as soon as possible.
So these are pumponomics. The hope is that if there's with enough activity and these fees getting burnt, which is at 0.1, that the fees burned outpace the emission of new coins, right? So then Zano would be deflationary, and hopefully that would cause the price to less sell pressure and higher prices. But my issue with that is two things. One is a few things. The use cases, like I said, for me is not there because it's the creation of maybe with confidential layers. I haven't completely, to be honest, I haven't completely looked into that. It's not you guys' project. It's a separate. And you saying that that it's locked and no one has the private key to it. So maybe there is some merit there. I'm not saying there is, but I need to look into it further. On confidential assets themselves, the distribution having to rely on a trusted party, to me, that is not a good use case. So how will you get that amount of activity for those pomponomics to work to reduce the supply of Zano, to burn more Zano, when you're requiring centralized third parties? I mean, maybe other people see the use in it, but to me, I'm saying from my point of view. And then also the need for human intervention. If the price of Zano goes to $1,000 and you're still paying 0.1, that's $10 every transaction. So you need a human to go in there and modify the hard-coded fee. And it's more points of centralization, in other words. So to me, that's not ideal at all.
I agree with this, and the hard-coded fee was it was a temporary and stayed temporary for a long time. Yeah, the goal is we want to build something similar to Ethereum, that the fee would be as low as possible until there is a high demand of transaction, to protect the network from transaction flow. And I personally, I'm gonna have a lot of hate probably from Zana community because of this, but because I say this, but I don't care about deflationary pomponomics stuff. And the only way that Zana can become a deflationary if we have a really big transaction flow, and that's the only way we can burn more than emit in the blocks, which is gonna be a huge number. But it doesn't concern me at all as a developer. I concerned that the network is a healthy network, is transacting, and the transaction goes a reasonable price and secured with a good consensus. I mean, I wasn't even have any opinion about this burning more than emitting. It's more, I don't know, just not really concerning me.
Right, and in my opinion, the pomponomics aren't even designed in a very smart way, because you need quite a lot of transactions to reach the point where Zano is deflationary. Because Monero is much larger market cap and usage and adoption, and Monero gets 30,000 transactions per day at the highest on average. And for Zano to negate all new emission, you would need 144,000 transactions per day.
That's true. That seems to be about right calculations.
And
I agree with this, but I cannot there's a people who like this idea and they teach it this. You cannot blame us on this. That's just an idea that people like. About.
And
I mean,
then, sure, yeah.
I think any amount of Zano burn is good, but yeah, it's just a nice to have. It's not that we need Zano to be deflationary right now. It's not really necessary.
But we can make it deflationary in another way. You know, I can if we really run for it. If you want to make it deflationary and build the pamponomics, what as you say, I would do it in a different way. That we are working on the new consensus upgrade right now that I'm really excited about. And if no one gonna break it, and we can get the peer review results that confirm that it's secure, we can actually drop block reward. Especially we can drop block proof of work block rewards because proof of work doesn't really matter in our consensus. It just protects us from certain long range attacks, but it's not the cornerstone of the consensus. And if my proposal gonna work out, we can drop the block reward to even lower. I'm not sure if it's needed, but we can do it.
And I would say that this is another issue, another thing that makes Zano not neutral and a bit centralized is because you're requiring human action. If you're going to change the fee for one, you are changing the economics of Zano. If you're going to change the block reward, that also is changing the economics of Zano. If you look at Bitcoin and Monero, they've had their economic policy set from the start at Genesis, and they have never changed. But this is something that you guys are eventually going to have to do. Is to change the economics.
Did Monero have what is the time target on Monero blockchain? Is it once in a minute or?
It started at 1 minute, and then it was changed to 2 minutes, but the block reward
so they
stayed.
It. Oh.
The block reward stayed
doesn't matter.
Exactly
You changed the economics already. The emission curve was changed.
No, it did not.
It didn't. It didn't change. First of all, they added tail emission. It changed.
No, it did not add tail emission. That was in since Genesis.
Oh no, it's not true.
No, it wasn't.
Man, it wasn't, man. You're telling me what wasn't printed in Genesis? I made this blockchain. It wasn't. So Monero, first time Monero changed the target time. So this changed the economics. The second, I'm not blaming, actually. I think it's a very smart decision to do. It's just you're making the wrong assumptions and wrong point. I'm just proving it.
Okay, so but the target on the target time is the target time for new blocks changed, but the amount emitted did not.
Yeah, but you change the amount of coins emitted per day. If you change the target, you drop the amount of coins, drop it twice.
So I don't know
how many blocks you have per day in Monero.
For example,
1,400.
For example,
if you drop it twice, you have a 700.
For an example, the block reward of Monero now is 0.6 per Monero. And if they were to change the target time once again to 1 minute, then they would make the reward 0.3, right?
You speak about tail emission right now.
I'm talking about the block reward. So the amount of coins emitted per day stayed the same. The target time of blocks changed.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So anyway, it's one time. They changed it when they made the tail emission.
Right. When was tail emission added? As far as I was aware, it was since Genesis. But if you're saying it's not, when did that happen?
No, it's not.
When did that happen?
It was. I have no idea. It wasn't at Genesis.
It was in the first months, I think. So.
Mm-hmm.
Tail emission and
tail emission.
But does it matter? Because I feel like we are in agreement that we need to implement the dynamic fees, and it's on a roadmap. So I don't really see the reason to argue here.
Dynamic fees are coming, but I think he's worried about us wanted to change the emission. But I mean, that's also up to the community. That's also why.
Yeah, we don't change those things on the go, of course. But this is the general consensus among the community that we need to have the dynamic fees. And we could put it on a vote if necessary. But
Yeah, not for dynamic fix. I mean for changing the block reward, like reducing.
yeah, this is something out there that Andre just brought as the idea to create the pumponomics, as it was mentioned, but that's not the immediate plan on the roadmap or anything else.
Well, to me, changing the emission, the economics at all is not a good thing. It means that it's what Ethereum did, and it means that it could happen again. Their supply is not predictable. Another thing that we need in good money is that the supply is predictable, not that 1 year you're going to have 1,000 coins come out a year, and then next year is going to be 500, and then maybe the year after that they're going to say, oh no, that was a bad idea, we're going to change it again. It means that it's unpredictable, it's requiring human intervention, it's changing the economics. So if you have a certain percentage of the coins, as an investor, as a holder, you have a certain percentage, and you know that it's going to stay like that forever. You can extrapolate what your percentage holdings of the coins that exist or will exist will be at any point in the future. But if you're changing the economics, then that's no longer something you can predict, and it's not neutral. It's an aspect of centralization.
That's a
yeah, but how
point.
you act,
And
how you
hold on, you are just creating more arguments. This has never happened, and we wouldn't change the emission just because we want to. What Andre is saying, he is arguing from the technical standpoint that it could be done, but this is not something that ever happened in history of Zano. We didn't change the emission.
yeah, it's true.
But it
And
will have to be done with the fees. And if, as you hope, that the price of Zano will increase and the transaction fees are going to be expensive, that's changing the economics.
Yeah, this is the plan. It's on a roadmap. Changing the block reward is not.
Yeah, first of all, fees are soft rules. It's not hard rules. You can basically use whatever fee are you using. We just same way as Monero uses it. It's a soft rule regarding the fees. It's been like this forever, and it's just a default strategy for the fees. But basically, whoever wants can change it. You can accept a transaction with a lower fee or with a higher fee if you want. Yeah, just double check it. Monero introduced tail emission in 2022. So
that's when tail emission started.
Yeah, and I see that there is that they announced it in June 2022. But I think it's a smart decision. And
that's not when it was added. That's when it started.
Yeah,
that's when the tail emission started.
Yeah. Okay. If you
as far as I'm aware, this was in the code since Genesis. You're saying it wasn't. I have to double check that. I've always.
Yeah, we can check it, but it doesn't matter. What if situation changed and the project needs to react on some?
Then the project fails.
Or it fixes the problem and goes on.
And then you're not neutral. Fair money, you're not decentralized, you are changing the economics. People can't rely on the asset having a predictable supply, or you let it fail.
What if you change it to benefit of everyone? If, for example, I'm just asking, what if how you think if it changed it to benefit everyone who hold the coin by dropping the block reward to smaller amount?
It would be unpredictable. It would not be a good thing. We could make it so that Monero has 0 emissions. Actually, that wouldn't work because of we need emissions for the dynamic block size. But let's say that not considering dynamic fees, we could just say no more 0.1 block reward, as low as it can be, as low as inflation it can be, and that's going to benefit the community. But in reality, it won't, because people will see that they can no longer rely on it being neutral, predictable supply, a neutral network, as the humans behind the scenes changing the economics for what they perceive will be pumping the price. So it would not be a good thing. And I personally would no longer believe in Monero if that were to happen.
Yeah, but that's not happening in Zano. I mean, yeah, the community can pitch for whatever they want, but just as they can do in Monero, like Monero hard forks have to be approved by the community. But it's the same in Zano.
Yeah, this is more about decision-making process, and we do have our own. I'm sure Monero has their own, and we are not doing something we don't believe that would benefit the project. But if we know that something has to be done, we do it. Same way as Monero does.
So with that, guys, I think that's about it for me. We've discussed a lot of information, and that's all the points that I wanted to touch on. So yeah, thanks you guys. Thank you for coming on here and doing this.
Well, hope that helps. And if you don't mind, I could even go back on the governance topic a little bit, because you mentioned that was your main concern, how we handle the dev fund, because we are thinking of the way of the decentralizing it. So if you have like feedbacks or ideas for design, we are very interested to hear it.
Yeah, this from my point of view, this is not something that can be changed, because you can't retroactively return the dev tax that or the fees that you've generated from staking.
Like we cannot change the amount of pre-mined coins, but that doesn't matter, because this is basically a number. You can just add it to the pre-mine and now think that we got not 20%, but 25% pre-mine, and just make our peace with that, because those coins are out there. They've been sold to the users, the honest users, and we could just decide what to do with the remaining part.
Right, you're talking about the pre-mine, but like I said several times, the pre-mine is not the issue. The pre-mine is a great way to fund projects. It's the staking, the pre-mine, which is an unfair advantage over everyone else.
That's the part I fail to understand. The staking is the additional amount of coins that wallet generated over time. So let's just say we get few 100,000 of coins on that wallet that was coming from staking, and the entire wallet would be a little bit bigger. That would still be a pre-mine. It would be generated over time. It's just different number.
Well, whether you get it or not, it is
for taxation. We should use it for any pre-mine, because basically any pre-mine is a tax. Because what you did is basically you took part of the block rewards from all the future history of the coin to pre-mine. That's how pre-mine is calculated, basically.
Right. A pre-mine in itself is also a bad thing, but like I said, I've made my peace with that. I don't know how many times I can say it. The issue is that staking coins that were created out of thin air for zero cost to you and generating revenue out of it is the same outcome of a dev tax, except you are mining the blocks, and so other people can't mine those blocks because you are mining them with coins that were created out of thin air. So it's not the pre-mine, it's the staking of the pre-mine.
I think we can move on.
Yeah.
But
like I said, that was all.
Be able to read off.
Read off some of the questions
out of these. I mean, some of this you probably already talked over, so if you can decide if you want to answer or not. But I'm just going to go ahead and start with the first one that was way earlier, and I'm not going to be able to bring these up on screen because the comment section is so long. I'm just going to read these off manually. We got a super chat from Zorgap. According to Amir Taki, the ring technology Zano relies on is broken, and Monero has moved on from the CF layer assets it uses an Oracle that is a third-party custodial risk. Is it not?
I don't know about.
I have no idea what he's speaking about. That's very general accusation. It's broken. I've been saying that everything I do is broken since last 10 years. As far as I know, we use extended version of CLSAC the same signature that Monero still use, that was created by Sarang, and while extended this version of the this signature, and actually Dr. Sarang was the one who was reviewing our extension, the paper, and confirmed that it sounded, it's working. He even helped us a little bit with adding formal proofs. So if we have a, I mean, Amir saying somewhere that we have a broken technology underlying. If he was willing to, if he found something, he could come to us and say, "Hey guys, you have some broken stuff," and we would fix it, and we would donate him like a fair amount of for finding the bounty. But he's just saying somewhere that we have a broken technology. I don't see how respected researchers do it. Doing this
we got
this
another
way.
comment saying that he says that Monero Ring City is broken as well. So I think
okay.
it's another topic.
But why
Okay,
would
so-
he? I mean, if he found something, why don't he come to the project and see? Because we had it a few times, and the guys was pointing out.
I guess the
problems.
question then too is: Are you guys? You know, obviously Monero's looking to upgrade to full chain membership proofs. Is that on Zano's roadmap?
Of course.
Yeah, for sure.
And he also asked about confidential layer where he has oracles.
Yeah,
Wait a second. I had watched an interview previously. Maybe it was Zoidberg who had answered this question about full chain membership proofs, if it's coming to Zano. And I guess correct me if I'm wrong, but you said no because confidential assets were built for ring signatures.
I
and
never said
that's-
it.
Okay,
No,
I don't know
there's no way
exactly what you.
because-
I don't know
No,
exactly what you said, but the answer was no, that full chain membership proofs would not come to Zano.
No,
So
never said anything like this because we started to speak with Luke, and we were actually excited to see him creating this technology. And while he's already working on research on this part, and I couldn't say no. I said it's going to be more challenging for Zana than Monero because we have as I said before, we have extended version of CLSAC. We have another layer of the signature. But I never said it's not possible because this is what Wal is working on right now, and we're really looking into this, and we really appreciate that Luke Parker came up with this great technology, and we're excited that Monero having this really soon. That's a great job, and we are building this definitely.
Yeah, it'll just take some extra work because of confidential assets, but it is coming.
okay, that's good to hear. What I had watched before, maybe I misinterpreted it. You did say that they would be challenging. My understanding
Yes, that's true.
was that
That's true. It's going to be more challenging because I had this type of things are beyond my mind. It's only Val can confidently speak about what's happening on this part because this full chain membership proof is very very complicated technology. It's like a cutting edge of everything that happened right now in crypto, and I'm really excited that we are in the privacy. I know not much people are aware of how complicated and cutting edge technology our privacy coins are, because if you're looking into EVM network or Solana or Bitcoin, it's great, it's efficient, but it doesn't have that much fascinating cryptography in it, and such a smart and bright decision that building our privacy chains. And I'm really excited about full chain membership proof.
There was a second part of the question, but I think it was addressed when we were talking about the bridge setup and the threshold signature scheme.
It was whether confidential layer was custodial, which is not, and also if confidential layer uses oracles.
Well, in a way, each node validator is an oracle because they collectively watch for transaction and they need to come to agreement between themselves. So there is no single oracle, but they collectively are the oracle, or each particular one is an oracle in that setup.
I think there is a family of the protocol that's called PBFT. it's a form of proof of stake consensus, and the Cosmos network work on top of this, and that's how the bridge will be working based on PBFT consensus. So it's not. I don't see it as Oracle just a PBFT consensus. They agree
Need
with
to
each
attach
other.
Oracle to something that would be a node validator, I think.
Yeah, but it's basically validator. That's the concept. That's how Ethereum works, basically.
It's Tendermint, the Cosmos. They have.
I'm not missing all technology into it, but the family of consensus protocol is the same. They can get the finality. They can have a really quick blocks. They have some advantage, but the whole family. That's why in Zana we don't have a PBFT, because I myself don't see it as a truly decentralized way. We use different model where everyone can create the block in PBFT. They have a dedicated group of validators that can create the block. It's a little bit less decentralized, but it gives you other advantages that give you quicker settlement, that give you finality, and that's also important in terms of economics.
Okay, let me read the next one. And if you guys could, let's just keep this. There's so many. Let's just keep it rapid fire,
Sorry.
30 seconds to a minute each super chat. Most of these are statements. So the next one is from Nihilist. Pulling off legit privacy coin require a ton of effort. Look at how much work has been put into Monero. You can't just decide you're going to make a new privacy coin by snapping your fingers and expect it to hold up like other scam coins. Trial by fire.
Yep.
Well, agreed.
Save_bunker has a super chat. Besides the proof of stake helping resist 51% attacks, which I don't understand, please do convince us. What other reason is there to put a stake against the cost of a coin?
Oh, this is you.
What is the question? Sorry. Why proof of stake resist against 51% attack? It's not
The question
resist,
was, what other reason is there to put a stake against a cost of a coin? I don't know if that quite makes sense.
I think
didn't
they're
get the
just
question.
asking why proof of stake, why proof of stake. I think they're just saying.
Yeah, that's how
Right.
I understand
Because
it.
it doesn't technically doesn't protect from 51% attack. It just make it very expensive. Nothing
Yeah, it makes it more
protect you from
expensive than
51% attack. As a person who was struggled to build consensus for
30 seconds.
decade,
Go to the point.
there is nothing protect you from double spend attack. It's just a matter of cost of this attack.
And proof of stake is more expensive to attack.
Yeah.
That's the point.
Yeah, that's
Yes, add some protection in that regard.
yeah, yeah, and the fact that you have skin on the game, so you're not gonna attack your own investment.
Yeah, some people would disagree with this, but I think it's a legit argument. Vitalik says that there is a nothing at stake problem, which states the
It's
opposite.
more than
But
30 seconds. We need to speed it up.
yeah, okay, I can speak forever about this.
Yeah, I know it's your
You're on
favorite.
my
topic.
side.
All right, next one. Joe Binnen. Maybe I think he meant Doug. Doug, maybe a disclaimer that you got sponsored by Zano and funded by the. Yeah, we already talked about that. Zorgo had another super chat. This it's the same one from earlier. Tux's Tuxedo. People should always be skeptical of newer crypto projects. Newer projects haven't withstood the test of time / the Lindy effect. Monero is great because its longevity and resilience. Yep.
Agree with this.
Agreed.
Yep, I don't think anyone disagrees with that. Paul Daniels, Monero Talk is the best podcast, and crypto 2025 will be the year of Monero. Thank you, Paul Daniels, for the positive
Agree with
chat.
this too.
Agreed. I like those questions.
From Random,
paid
what
for that.
evidence exists that Crypto Zoidberg was part of the CryptoNote project? That's kind of a long-winded question.
My name is the codebase.
Yeah,
There you go.
it's in there.
There you go.
That's pretty good
Jamie,
evidence. Guys, we're at almost 1,500 live viewers for the day. By the way, this I think is our biggest one yet. Whether or not these numbers are correct, it's the biggest numbers I think we've seen. So that's pretty
cumulative, which is still pretty good.
Much
Jamie, sorry, go ahead.
No, it's much like like.
Yes. Smash the like. Thank you, Gumbo Fire. Jamie said any pre-mined coin needs to be not touched, especially when it's being pumped on a low volume exchange. It will get 90% price retracement. Roger Ver is shilling to dump his bags he bought from the pre-mined stack. Nothing else.
That's not a question. This is someone's
statement,
opinion, and
Disagree.
right, right. I don't have nothing against it.
Fluffy Cat said, "How is proof of stake piece of shit being even entertained here? It's Ponzi 101." Okay. Not a question.
Yeah, we're reading these out, guys, because these are the
Yeah,
super
we have to,
chats.
'cause they're
These
super
are the
chats, so
Monero
some of
super
these aren't
chats. So
questions,
you
but-
It's
feel
fine.
free to respond. I mean, we had the whole. If anybody wants to go deeper down the rabbit hole of proof of stake versus proof of work, we had an amazing roundtable on it at Monerotopia 2023. The last one, previous one, and Andre was on that round table. People from some Monero devs were on it. So I recommend you go back, watch that video. You can watch the debate between proof of work and proof of stake. Go ahead.
Tux's Tuxedo said, "I think it's more nuanced than a tax. If they didn't stake those coins and get a yield on them like any other user could, they would be forced to sell the base of their fund very early into the project. They still can sell that base gradually over time."
Yeah, we will have run out, I think.
Yeah. Tux's Tuxedo also said, I think if they gradually sold off their Zano and their base fund over time via a vesting schedule, it would alleviate some of these concerns. Volume analysis can be done to determine a range of possible bullberry coins owned by the devs.
Well, I don't know what to say. Maybe, but this is the design we came up, and we thought it's a good idea. And if someone else can do better, well, okay.
I think vesting has its issues as well. Like I see it on Ethereum projects that it leads to just chaos. So maybe it could have worked better, but it has its trade-offs as well.
Yeah, I'm not saying we made the perfect decision. Maybe there are ways to do it better. This is just something that we came up with and it was working, and we've been honest about it the entire time. So I don't really have anything to add on the pre-mine topic.
Yeah, and I mean, that was heavily debated already. Next up, we have a real question from Shortwave Surfer 2009. How many Zano does it take to begin staking at minimum?
Any amount?
Any amount,
No minimum.
no minimum.
And no lock times.
And no lock
Yeah,
times.
yet.
Cool.
Not yet, but if with a new consensus, if we figure out that this needed for the matter of security of the protocol, we may introduce some of it, which create a lot of drama in our holders probably. So
yeah, but how long of a lock time are we talking?
it's not long. It's gonna be 60 to 200 blocks of confirmations probably, but it will create a lot of problems because in that case you would, if you want to optimally stake, you have to now split your wallet into multiple small outputs, which is not convenient, but it will be more effective on staking. It's going to be a lot of confusion about this. We will have a lot of drama about this. So I really don't want to do this. And when I was building the first original consensus of Zana, I really didn't want to go for the lock period. So we have it like same as confirmation, default confirmation wallet. But if we confirm that the new consensus would be benefit from some lock time, we probably would need to introduce it. But right now, no. The short answer is not yet.
Yeah, but just so people know, as far as I know, that output optimization thing only really plays a role if you have like over 10,000 Zano or something like that, so like a huge amount. It doesn't really affect.
If you have over 10,000, yeah, it's also true. But yeah, it's true. But if you have a 10,000 of Zana or above, you would make approximately 1 block per day, likely, and then with this you may feel the difference. Yeah, that's going to be problem of the big holders.
Yeah, it's a big holder problem. At that point, they can just actually do it and take the time to do it. So, yeah.
All right. Adam said NGU does bring in a lot of shilling bag holders. Sure. Tux's Tuxedo said, comparing Zano to Railgun and saying there is no use doesn't seem to make sense to me. That's like saying there's no point to Monero because there's Mimblewimble or Cache Fusion. Fungibility via default privacy at the base layer is valuable. I agree. Joke Tux said, there's a lot of Tux anons here. Seriously, how many Xanos do you hold? You are taking for a pre-mined crap coin whose devs have a shady background. You are going to lose trust. I'm assuming that question was for Doug and possibly me.
All right.
I have not taken any Zano from any Zano people. Doug already has been transparent about what he's received from Zano. Nyla said, question for the Zano guys. What are the long-term goals that you guys have for the project? What are the more interesting use cases that you guys foresee for Zano specifically over the rest of other coins?
Well, it's been changing over time, and right now our idea is to build a platform for privacy tokens. And as we discussed, it's not quite done yet. There are ways to improve it. So this is going to be our main focus.
Yeah. I think
long term we cannot say because it's the market and the situation, the whole things are changed so quickly. Crypto is transforming, so we don't know. But Pavel is the guy who is responsible for visionary of the things. He's the guy who sees the future better than I do, apparently.
And oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it's just a platform, so it's up to people to build cool stuff. I mean, the important thing is that we provide the tools.
Scamo said, never seen such shitcoin being entertained here. Question is, what do they want to achieve with Zano that XMR can't? Tokens?
Well,
question mark.
One of those things, yes.
I mean, Zano and Monero are not actually competing. Like, if you just want to use digital cash, then you can stick to Monero, no problem.
Yep.
If you're interested in other stuff, then you can look into Zano. I mean, it's not really.
Yeah, I don't think any of us ever said we are going to replace the Monero. We are doing the complementary things. So I don't know.
I also don't think there is something that Monero couldn't achieve. I really like the team that behind Monero right now, technical team. And I even tried to convince them to do the good things, to switch to proof of stake or improve consensus, which would be the great stuff for Monero, I believe. So yeah, Monero can do everything. That's great project.
Andre, I think you predicted that one day Monero will be proof of stake. You made that prediction.
I'm pretty sure that Monero will switch to proof of stake, and I already saw that some developers already have this conversation, like a little bit, like they gently start to speak about this, but I'm pretty sure it will be switched, and that's gonna be for good. I'm really pretty sure about this.
Yeah, I think actually proof of stake would potentially be interesting. I know there's a lot of people who would be opposed to that, but it would actually work great with Monero because the entire supply was distributed for 11 years now through proof of work with no pre-mine. So it would maintain its neutrality and its fairness in that sense. So maybe that conversation can continue to take place in the Monero community, but it sounds interesting, honestly.
And I've got a two-part questions from an Anon. First part, is the Zano Foundation formally organized anywhere and does it have investors? And then the second part is, do you receive any payment / token allocation from confidential layer?
It's not, and we did not.
So no.
A very, very short answer.
Well, I've been told to keep it short, but no, we do not have like a foundation. We have like chats and groups of people who we talk to. This is mainly our Discord server, but there is no formal organization or anything that could influence the decision-making process.
Some people try to influence us with So they try hard sometimes, but not recently.
Yeah, and as
Yeah.
far as confidential layer allocation goes, we do not have a allocation part assigned to us.
I
Cool.
wish.
Well, that was. I think
Well,
we just
full
got through all.
transparency, I registered for airdrop, and I might get some. But
Oh yeah, I
we
got
can-
the airdrop.
All right, Tux, was that all of them? All the super chats?
That was all of them. Yep.
All right, and there's a lot of other chats, guys. But if you want us to bring up chats, you got to super chat them, especially on a day like today when we're getting 1 million chats. So, thank you to those who sent super chats. I think most of them were from John Murphy, but but thank you, John Murphy, for I could tell
I'm
there
so
were
fascinated how this guy.
a lot of them were
obsessed
like only
with Zana
25
project.
cents. What's that?
I said I just fascinated how this guy John Murphy obsessed with Zana project. This is
Yeah,
he spent most of his time on writing about Zana. This is so cool. The guy is like really obsessed
listen,
with the
like
project.
you know, like Untraceable said at the outset, it's good that we're prosecuting these projects, or you know, that we're bringing them up. We're putting them through the mill. That's fine. But yeah, he seems a little too obsessed. And what I don't like is he's doing things like he's attacking me like personally, and so it seems like he's got a vendetta. So I don't know what that's. It seems more. It's not that he's looking out for everybody. It seems more that he has his own
Well,
vendetta.
This is so
And,
strange because I saw him on Monerotopia and he was like so friendly to me. He was approaching, like smiling to me,
Okay.
and like was super friendly. I was like, why? is
Listen,
he
I
writing
think it's
all
as
this?
simple as he sees the price going up, and he doesn't have bags of Zano. You know, that's really, people's emotions are pretty simple at the end of the day. You know, whether we hold back, and like I said, I have Zano from you guys sponsoring it, right? So full disclosure there. But listen, I think this is a great talk. If you guys can stick around, we could do the viewers on stage. We won't let everybody talk, but we could if some people have some questions they want to engage with you a little bit, and you guys are down for that. Also, just engaging with Untraceable as well, and we can kind of finish it off there, letting people converse. I mean, basically, Untraceable, at the end of the day, he doesn't like the pre-mine and the fact that you guys stake the pre-mine. That seems to be his biggest issue. And then, you know, where I fall on that is it's the information's been out there, right? So the question was, is Zano a scam? I know Untraceable doesn't even like the framing of that, right? But you know, just to simplify things, right? That's the question. Is Zano a scam? By any measure, I don't see why you would categorize Zano like a scam. You may not like the project for certain reasons, like Untraceable is describing, for whatever, he might have personal reasons why he wouldn't want to invest in a project that has a pre-mine or that's staking a pre-mine. But it's fully disclosed. Nobody's being fooled. Nobody's being tricked, as far as I could see. Right, all the information's out there. There's pros and cons to the project, and then it's up for you to decide whether it has merit and that it will gain utility as it grows. So I don't know. I mean, maybe now we do viewers on stage. We let other people kind of like chime in on that and discuss whether or not, you know, they think these things have merit or not. And yeah, on Untraceable, I don't know if there's anything else you want to round out, right? I mean, I think that's really your biggest issue is the fact that there was a pre-mine and it's being staked. I think people could argue whether or not that's a big issue or not, and whether or not that's like a non-starter. But like I think things are everything's a spectrum. And then it's kind of up to people to decide where, you know, how much the value they're allocating to certain things. I mean, like we said, we could compare it to even Bitcoin itself. How fairly distributed was it? Monero had a very steep emission curve. People can argue that it wasn't fair. You know, there's a small group of people that may be holding a lot of Monero from the early days. But yeah, I think that's really what the issue was today, and I didn't hear anything that would define the project itself as a scam. Tristan, do you want to like maybe you don't want to confront that point, but like, what is your analysis in terms of whether or not Zano itself is a scam, given everything you've learned today?
So the pre-mine is not the issue. The staking of it is, for me personally. I know they've been open about it, and it's transparent. The information has been out there, but that doesn't change the fact that it's essentially a dev tax. Just to recap, I guess, there is the question mark, the thing that we can't prove or disprove on whether, how many, if any, Bullberry coins the dev team swapped, which would essentially increase their stake secretly. This is like stealth pre-mine, essentially, but I'm not saying they did. I'm saying it's a possibility that we can't prove or disprove. So these are all trade-offs. There's the confidential assets, which at the moment I don't see a very good use case due to the centralization of ownership and distribution, and the need for trust. The fee, which is pumponomics that don't work very well. You need an relatively large amount of transactions to even achieve the goal of making Zano deflationary. Okay, it doesn't have to be deflationary. Maybe it's just good that the burning of fees is there, but the flat fee and the need to potentially change it in the future, all these things make Zano not good money, not neutral, and the need for human intervention. And at the end of the day, these are all trade-offs. So if Zano is accurately marketed in that way, that it's they did say now that it's not in competition with Monero, it's not aiming to be private cash, private digital cash. It's more like a platform, which I agree with. And so, yeah, people make their own decisions. The facts are out there. The question mark is out there, and I can't say that it's a scam because that's just not something that I do. You know, people just throw that word around, and it's lost.
Yeah, and I get that. I get that. It's misused. Definitely misused.
If you weigh all the information that there is, and you make your own decision, right? So, and in this world where you have Fartcoin and Doge with Hat, and people willingly invest in those things, right? So, as long as you have the information, you can make your own decision. If you think it's a scam, sure, whatever. That's not my take on it. I'm wary, and I have these concerns, but overall, it's good that Zano team is experimenting and trying new things, even though I don't agree with a lot of the decisions that were made in the project.
All right. I think that's fair. Right. And then, so you want to run viewers on stage to see if we get other people, get some other people up here.
I think we should, if we're gonna do, if you want to still do news, I think we should do that first. Otherwise, it's gonna run away, and it's never gonna happen.
Okay. Are you guys cool with hanging around a little bit, Zano guys?
Yeah, we could be here for at least like 40 minutes. It's kind of late, but okay. We are.
All right, we appreciate it, man. Hang around if you guys can. So we're gonna quickly run through the news. I don't think we have a lot of news to cover.
There's not a lot. I'll keep it short.
Yeah, keep it short. Tux is good at doing that, and then we'll allow people to jump on stage and converse.
All right, let's do it.
The Monerotopia Weekly News segment is sponsored by WizardSwap.io, a non-custodial cryptocurrency exchange.
Alrighty, I'm gonna remove everyone temporarily while I go ahead and
maybe we could quickly bring up these other super chats in the.
Is there more, or do we want to bring those up during stage? Viewers on stage.
Okay, yeah, we could do that.
All right, just gonna share my tab here. Once again, I basically did not have any time to look over these links myself, so I am reading them at the same time you are. All right, so first news link is a post on r/Monero subreddit. MiCAR in the Monero ecosystem. I'm just going to read the TLDR because this is really long. TLDR, the European Union's market in crypto assets regulation, otherwise known as MiCAR, comes into full effect on December 30th, 2024. So it's already been in effect for 5 days now. All new obliged entities, crypto asset service providers, token issuers, custodial wallet providers, stablecoin operators, etc., must be fully compliant on or before this date. Already existing crypto asset service providers have until 1st July 2026 to demonstrate compliance and obtain their operating license through their national competent authority or cease operating/trading. That's weird. But I don't think crypto asset server, I don't think that's, NB MiCAR does not apply to fully decentralized product services and also does not apply to providers of non-custodial wallets. Okay, so this seems like it wouldn't affect Monero. It's just some more EU regulations regarding people who handle cryptocurrency. But looks like that won't affect Monero whatsoever. Next post, we've got a quote tweet from Elistus Troll. XMR and BTC are the most used cryptocurrency across P2P and DEX. XMR is ranked 40 on CoinMarketCap. Its delisting from the centralized exchanges has hampered its market cap growth, but look at what people use best private money around. And the tweet that's quoting is from orangefriend.com, which is the recap of 2024 of trades on the site, and XMR is large majority at 46%. Falling in second is BTC at 38%. So I think this is a common theme for a lot of these services that, I mean, Orange Friend is like a sort of like an aggregator service for swaps, but for a lot of gift card purchasing services and like a lot of shops that accept Monero along with multiple currencies, it seems to have been a common theme over the past year where Monero has been sort of taking more of the lead in the share of transactions and volume being done on these platforms, which is really cool to see because people want privacy, unsurprisingly. Next up, we've got a tweet from Paulie St. George. Elon is introducing X payments in 2025. This ties in with his vision to make X the air quote everything app. It also demonstrates the setup of a digital gulag. 3-minute explainer.
And now I've got Elon Musk's company logos up here. Starlink, this is the network of satellites. We can definitely tell how the network of satellites play into this digital system. Neuralink, this is a brain-computer interface. Yes, you heard that right. You would literally become part of the internet if this happens. It's called the Internet of Bodies. It's real. And finally, I don't know if people are paying attention to the way his purchase of Twitter is going to allow him to facilitate this whole thing. And kind of how I look at it, it's kind of he would become the king, president, or the Elon of the new society. Because look what he's saying now. He's going to do Twitter 2.0, the everything app. These are slides from his company talk. Advertising as entertainment is one of the things. And what this says here is fill out this survey to find out which house you'd be in. Targaryen, this is based on that television show Game of Thrones. You would fill this in, and then this is advertising for the show, and it's revenue. How could it possibly be revenue for a person? I want to remind you of this creepy patent that was filed a couple of years ago, and it's actually patent 666. Cryptocurrency system using body activity data. This was filed by Microsoft. This is Microsoft. And look what it says. Human body activity associated with a task provided to a user may be used in mining process of a cryptocurrency system. For example, a brainwave or body heat emitted from the user when the user performs a task provided by an information or service provider, such as viewing an advertisement or using certain internet services can be used in the mining process. So that's how advertising as entertainment will tie into the Internet of Bodies and his proposed Twitter payments system. Also, they're going to do identity verification. That's what blue verified means. How verified will you need to be? Like, will you need to do fingerprint or biometric identification? If so, will that tie to how they're going to use advertising as entertainment and allow you to mine cryptocurrency and earn tiny little bits of payment just for being online? Well, do you remember Noah Yuval Harari says that there's not going to be anybody working. What are we going to do with all these people that have been thrown out of work by robots? We'll have to put them on drugs and get them to play video games. Are you seeing how it all ties together?
Interesting analysis. If you want to watch the full video, you can do that down there. Moving on. Next post is from Nicholas J. Fuentes. The recent wave of terrorism has me wondering what the deep state is trying to force on us under the pretext of a quote counterterrorism, war with Iran, digital ID, digital currency, or pre-crime. Yep. Whether it's real terrorism or it's promoted by the government, it will inevitably be used to further the surveillance state, which is unfortunate, but always happens. Post by me, I said sad but largely true, quote tweeting a tweet from Jacob King, who had a long tweet describing Bitcoin. As it turned 16 years old today, let's see what it accomplished. Highest fees and slowest transaction times among all cryptocurrencies, adopted by just one country, El Salvador, where utility collapsed by 99.8% and policies are now being reversed. Well, it never was truly adopted anyway. It was custodial Lightning. Not used as a viable payment method anywhere, the Lightning Network remains heavily centralized, entirely manipulated by stablecoins like Tether, responsible for over 95% of its artificial trading volume, consumes energy on par with entire nations but delivers no meaningful benefit. Development and innovation are stagnant, falling behind scalable alternatives, dominated by a small number of Chinese-owned miners, making it inherently centralized. Extreme volatility renders it a failed store of value, which drops exceeding negative 80% on multiple occasions. Its only remaining utility is speculative gambling, inflating it into massive bubble primed to burst. Happy birthday. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of these are true. I mean, volatility is only really a concern due to the lack of utility I think Bitcoin provides and how that'll play out with how controlled its price has become by large entities. But I do think a good amount of that sentiment is true, even if some of it's just for engagement. Next up, we've got a post from Elon Musk. Algorithm tweak coming soon to promote more informational/entertaining content. We will publish the changes to @XEngineering. Our goal is to maximize unregretted user seconds. Too much negativity is being pushed that technically grows user time, but not unregretted user time. Okay, that's probably Elon Musk being mad that people are ratioing him. Another post from Elon Musk. Elderly man arrested in Britain for, quote, causing anxiety with a social post. This is insane. Thank God there is a constitutional right to freedom of speech in America. We got a 30-second video here from Radio Genoa.
No. The Hampshire police would realise how ridiculous this is. It is. Good.
What did it need to come to?
Tell us why you escalated it to this level. Because I don't understand. I posted something that he posted. You come to arrest me. You don't arrest him. Why has it come to this? Why am I in cuffs? Because there's something he shared, then I shared.
Because someone has been caused, obviously, anxiety based upon your social media page. That's why you've been arrested.
No.
That is the UK for you. You post something somebody else doesn't like, well, you can have the police show up on your door, I guess.
Wow, if you post something that gives other people anxiety, I mean, well, a lot of guilty people in my life. I get a lot of anxiety on social media. That's funny,
Last,
man. That is out of
that
control.
is crazy. Yeah, it is out of
that
control.
is-
I mean, I think we've seen that even a couple years ago starting to happen already.
Yeah, wow.
Posting offensive stuff online. You could maybe have tweets, but it's probably getting worse and worse as time
Scary.
goes on. Yeah, for sure. I think this is the last news link. Posted a post from, probably gonna pronounce this wrong, Danielle. He said, my second month running a physical Monero node via @MoneroNodo, and here are my general learnings. Easy setup. It was literally plug and play. The mini touch screen is a game changer. I love it. Feels like a must-have. Habit forming. I check the screen daily, even though it's not necessary. Next up, getting my EWT worker node on a similar device. Very cool. High praise for the Monero Nodo and its ease of use and enjoyment.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. That's very motivational. That we're seeing good feedback. Obviously, I don't know this guy. I don't even know if he's like a real like Monero community. I haven't really seen much around the Monero community. So super cool that he's purchased the Nodo and it's working as intended, and he likes what it does. Very encouraging.
Awesome.
All right, man. I think that's it for the news. Let's run viewers on stage, get people up.
All right, and then we got a few more super chats we can read off. But yeah, I'll run your segment first.
It's the Viewers on Stage segment. It's that time where we invite you, the viewers, up on stage to comment on anything you've heard so far today, ask the guest a question, or maybe talk about one of the news topics. Come on down.
All right, bringing everybody back up here.
Alrighty.
And I'll bring everyone else up as well. And hold off just a minute for talking, guys. I'm gonna finish off these extra super chats, which might be questions for the Zano guys here. So we got one from Joker. How many coins were sold to Roger Ver from the pre-mine?
From the pre-mine, do we sell any coins from the pre-mine?
It was sold from few supporters in the first place.
Yeah,
I don't think we sell. I don't
the
think.
deal, but I don't think pre-mine coins went to Roger. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe at some point some, but
Yeah, maybe at some point we were selling some coins with the little portions, but originally the deal onboarding of Roger was funded by our few of our major supporters.
Okay. Andon says, CL says it's trustless, but trusts Cosmos. The apps are not Anon. You can see the trades.
Yes, it trusts Cosmos. I think they refer to trustless in a way that there is no single person with a key, rather that distributed network or validators. But it does trust Cosmos and Cosmos consensus. Every blockchain trusts consensus.
And the last one is from Tux's Tux. Great job responding to the criticism today, guys. Previously, I wasn't super interested in the project, but after seeing your responses, I think it's worth a deeper investigation. Best of luck, and thanks for the critique, Untraceable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So we've got maximum capacity in the room right now. So if there's anyone who just wants to listen and not talk, let me know. And I'll take you down because we got Aaron Day in the backstage as well.
Yeah, I'll quit. Sorry, but the previous question I think referred to that the fact that Cosmos consensus is not really as strong as, for example, Monero or Zano consensus in the term of decentralization. Yeah, I think it's a trade-off.
Well,
a confidential layer mix.
In a way, I mean, we trade off something for instant finality and speed.
There is two terms was used in one sentence. strong and decentralized, but it's actually a very different thing. There is a strong, which is Cosmos very strong, and decentralized, which is Cosmos not very decentralized. It's different things. So Cosmos is very strong, but not perfectly decentralized, as I mentioned before. And it brings finality and quick settlement.
Yeah, but that's just what confidential layer uses. Zano uses a different consensus, of course.
Zano uses different. Yeah.
Okay, sorry to interrupt, guys. Yeah, let's let like Prancing and Shortwave ask your questions, and then we'll let other people up that are in the back. So Prance, if you want to go, if you have any questions, and then we're going to boot you off stage to let somebody else on, and we'll do the same with others, just so we go around. So
yeah. Hey, thanks a lot for the explanation. I'm learning more about Zano, and so what I'm most interested in is what does Zano do that Monero will likely never do, or at least not in the near future, and how does Zano best complement Monero? If anybody left can kind of address those, that'd be great. Thank you.
You want to take this one? Well, I think the main complement would be the privacy tokens. I think that's the technology Monero isn't going to do at any point.
Define that. Define privacy token and what how that differs from 1.0 Monero.
It allows you to run a cryptocurrency without overhead of forking and running your own chain. Basically, Zano serves as a layer that takes care of consensus, networking, everything, and you just get to have your own privacy coin.
Kind of like a transport layer, the way IP carries the higher layers in the OSI model.
Well, not exactly. Like Ethereum tokens, maybe that would be the closest analogy, but we do not have a programmability. This is just the way to issue a coin running on top of the Zano blockchain. So you don't need to run nodes or produce blocks or take care of the consensus. This is what Zano does.
Yeah, it's kind of like ERC20. So you can launch different assets on the Zano chain. You can launch NFTs. You can launch, so all that craze that you're seeing going on other chains, you can do that privately on Zano, right? That's kind of the simple way of explaining it.
That's the idea and the goal.
And all tokens on Zano contribute to the same anonymity set.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys. Good talk today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Prancing. I'm gonna pull Baron Day now.
Let me ask. Untraceable. So is it that you don't see value in confidential assets at all, or just the way it's being done on Zano? I mean, obviously you would want something where you can launch, private, essentially privately launch an NFT versus doing it on Ethereum. What's your full take there on?
Yeah, as they are currently implemented, I don't see a lot of value in it because of the fact that they require trust in a centralized party, the issuer of the asset. So I created Dogenero, and I own 100% of the asset, and it's up to me to distribute it somehow. So it requires someone to trust me, and it's completely centralized.
Yeah, but do you think that Ethereum tokens are also all centralized?
Yeah, that's basically what I'm getting at.
No, because Ethereum has smart contracts, and so you have many ways to distribute those through smart contracts. So if a wallet is on a whitelist or participates in a certain interacts with a smart contract, then it can receive an airdrop, and this is all done automatically, not by a human. There are several ways to distribute tokens on Ethereum that don't require a human. I mean, it's open source code, and so you can verify that it's doing what it's supposed to do, and not that a human is behind the screen pressing send and I don't know, sending tokens that shouldn't exist or that don't belong to them, or rehypothecating them, or doing whatever. So
okay, but like what you can do on Zano is to take existing token from Ethereum that has already distributed in the way you prefer, and just wrap it into Zano. Like you could take DAI, for example, and turn it into a confidential asset, and that way it will be completely decentralized.
yeah, you can do that, but you can also do that on Railgun today.
Yes, but Railgun is a different technology. It's not CryptoNode.
And
so.
Zano is also a different technology. It's not Ethereum. It's a different network.
Yeah, but I mean, you could make the same argument with Monero. I mean, why does Monero use like Zcash technology? Well, because we trust CryptoNode more. That's the same
Monero
thing with Zano.
does not use Zcash technology.
No, yes, that's why I say like there are alternatives in the privacy space. That's what this is about. It's not that Zano is the same as Railgun. They use different technologies and different trade-offs.
So yeah, wrapping an asset, if it's done to a confidential layer, it's potentially that could work. That could be a thing. But as it is now today, using Zano alone as its own feature, its own blockchain. If you create an asset on Zano, it doesn't have programmability, so it's completely centralized to the creator of that asset. Confidential layer, like I said earlier in the interview, I haven't completely looked into it. I don't know all the risks, so I can't comment that much on it. I'll look into it. Maybe I'll have my own concerns, or maybe I'll think that it's great.
Okay, fair enough.
Just one thing I could add about the confidential layer. You can use the same technology confidential layer uses and create the threshold signature of your own. That way you won't rely on any other solution and could do just the same things.
Or something even better. And we will totally support you with this. If you are about to build something more decentralized, we will just love to have you, and we'll give you all support. We can even build something for you if you come up with some idea that how confidential asset could be extended as a technology into more decentralized way. We would be happy to hard fork it into whatever you think it's gonna work.
Yeah, I had a suggestion, like I said before, something that would make confidential assets a bit more usable or have a little bit more use cases would be to essentially copy the way BRC20 tokens or runes work on Bitcoin, where you can have additional parameters. So right now you create an asset on Zano and you have full control, only you have control, or I guess if you want to give your private key to someone else, but it's completely centralized. With BRC20 tokens and runes on Bitcoin, what you do is you have additional parameters when creating the asset that says, for example, anyone can mint this token. And then you say how many tokens can be minted per block, as well as how many tokens can be minted per wallet. So then this would also work great with Zano's fee burning mechanism. You have a token drop. You have a token drop where anyone can mint it. So if it's a high hype token where everyone is trying to get in there and get their token minted in a block, and there's a lot of people, so only a certain amount of tokens can be minted per block, a lot of fees are being burned, and people can mint them instead of one person minting them and then having to distribute them.
Yeah, I would happy to have this something like this, but we have a major limitation it comes with the privacy. We don't have such things as a wallet on the CryptoNode blockchain. There is no such things as account or wallets or anything like this. You cannot operate with addresses. You can create some very primitive limitations, like amount of coins that minted during one block, but it's not really practical if we look into EVM ecosystem, which we were looking into. That when we were building this, we were looking what are the common templates, what is a common practice, how people build the tokens that are become useful. And that's what we use it as an example and inspiration probably. And we would even put EVM into Zano if it would have something to operate with, but you don't have addresses, you don't have balances, you don't have amounts, you don't have basically anything. That's intentionally you don't have it, and for that reason we don't have a such tools and programmability inside Zana core. But it doesn't mean that it's not possible to overcome it. And we had like hundreds of dialogues with Pavel and with other people, how we can overcome this, how we can create a really solid bridge to EVM ecosystem, because they have all this stuff. And confidential layer probably it's a good way how it's gonna bring all these tools from EVM networks. Maybe someone came up with something else. That the idea behind confidential assets is not to put this limitation. We just don't know yet how to overcome this limitation. And that's the point. 3 years ago, we didn't know how to create confidential assets in the CryptoNode project. There was a naive implementation that something that other project was making, but they was making just a how you call it in English?
Colored coins.
It's like a colored coins, but
they made subsets, so you
yeah,
can
you create
see
a
the type of
subset,
asset.
so they are separated, and apparently you can see what type of assets is transferred, and it's something that haven't project had stable coins made this way, and 3 years ago we didn't know, 4 years ago we didn't know it's even possible. We didn't know that it's possible to build a proof of stake on top of hidden amounts. But maybe next year or some new years, we will figure out how to build this. Maybe you will help us and we will come out. That's what I'm trying to say. There is no idea of this limitation that we will have in Zana forever. We want to overcome it. We just don't know how. It's the process, ongoing process.
Yeah, once confidential layer launches, I think we can revisit this.
So
I know this has been asked in the past. Sorry, let me just quickly get this in. I know it's been asked in the past. Any chance we ever see merge mining with Monero, Zano to Monero, with its proof of work part?
I don't see any reasons against it. It's just not our priority at this moment, because it's just not. I mean, it's a really important for the pure proof of work projects to have a stronger project as a whole to protect from double spend attack. But in our consensus, proof of work part, especially if new update will come up, if we are lucky to have it working, it's gonna be not really needed. I'm really proof of work skeptic. I have it, but as soon as we figure out how to overcome long range attacks and some other stuff, we will get rid of proof of work at all. That's the only reason we have it. But yeah, answering your question, I don't see any, there is no political reasons why not. There is no technical reasons why not. We just have to implement it, work on it, and I'm not sure we're gonna invest in this now. Maybe at some point, maybe if our community will be all up for this, we can consider it.
All right. My daughter wanted me to show this to everybody. She just made this for me. I love Monero. It's a little.
That's really nice.
A little fluffy sticker.
Yeah.
Thank you, baby.
Very cute.
She knows what I like. All right. Yeah, Alaska, go ahead. Take it away.
So, for one, I love the conversation. I love the transparency, and it's good to see you guys again.
Good to see
and I think it's very easy for the perfectionist in all of us to overlook the nearly insurmountability of trying to start a new, especially something as technically advanced of a project as what Zano is trying to accomplish. And I think that as far as this idea of, and I'm not trying to discount the legitimacy of what Untraceable is saying. Everything that he's saying is true. But I think that the idea of, how perfect of a money it is overlooking the fact that Zano is more than anything a platform. As far as I, as a person who would use Zano. Zano is much more of a platform than anything. And in order to fund and implement something like this, I honestly think that the pre-mine and the staking situation is a good thing, which may surprise people who know some of my other takes. But anybody who's watched this show for a given amount of time knows that I've had a huge issue with the way that people are funding even Monero right now. I think that it's underfunded. I think that people expect a lot of things out of projects that are almost entirely operated by people out of their own personal finances or out of the gifting of their hundreds of hours of time. And the reality is we are at war with everything from the state to the tyrannical behaviors of, some of our neighbors amongst us and so on. And the fact that this platform even exists, are we forgetting that confidential layers are an important step for us to tokenize things like property deeds? They're an important step for us to tokenize things like juries. If we actually want to accomplish the level of freedom that we're going for here, these projects have to not only exist, but they have to be maintained and they have to be implemented and people have to start using them. And I think that this was the fastest and most efficient way to implement a platform such as Zano. And of course, I'm super excited about DarkFi. I'm super excited about a lot of things that are going on right now. But I would also point out, yes, Monero has a lot of room to scale, but we're going to need lots more than just Monero as far as private cryptocurrencies in order to handle the transaction volume of the entire Earth. And I think that what Zano is doing is an important ingredient in all of that. And so one of the ways that I see this episode, people talking about the philosophies or if something could have been done better or how things can change now. I don't recommend that people use Bitcoin, but I do recommend that people use Bitcoin over the dollar. I don't because we have to take what is available to us that works now. DarkFi doesn't work now. Zano is a thing that exists that you can use right now that works. And when we're having these debates, which are good debates and they need to happen, and I love the transparency and the fact that it's probably like 4 a.m. where they are right now, and here they are on this show, having this discussion. The level of transparency that we've already attained and the level of work that has already been done by the privacy community is absolutely incredible right now. So don't let this dissuade people from looking into things like Zano and the use of Zano and so on, because while we do these things, let's not forget that the enemy is at the gates looking to gobble up whatever freedom remains right now. So, and the fact that these gentlemen are here saying, hey, let's work together. The fact that, as far as I understand, the Zano team and the Monero team have done a lot of things together, like working on full chain membership proofs together. And I realized that Luke did, the vast majority of the work, but at the same time, every little bit counts, right? So let's definitely not start looking at each other as enemies in this community, which is like the whole take on Bawdyanarchist thing. Whatever is going on with Bawdyanarchist and so on, my biggest gripe with all of it is, why would anyone want to fight with anyone right now from within this community when there are shells being lobbed across our perimeter right now by the enemy? And the enemy is the people who want to take your freedom from you. And Monero is not taking any freedom from Bawdyanarchist. Doug, even if Doug got like $100 bajillion in Zano and he has Zano on his show right now, is he not fighting for your freedom, ladies and gentlemen who might be interested in pumping Bawdyanarchist bags or whatever? I mean, we have an enemy that needs to be destroyed right now, people. And they're over there. It's not Doug. It's not the Zano team. Like, let's point the cannons downrange is my opinion on this entire matter right now.
For sure.
I have a bit of a question here, and it's less about Zano in particular and more about tokenization in general. And it's like, okay, I own, say, a truck, and my truck has a value. But currently, the only way to transfer the property of my truck is through the state. So if I tokenize my truck on Zano or anything else, I can make one truck token and I can give that to somebody, but I can't give that truck to somebody without the state involvement. So I guess, like, what's the oracle to tell the Zano, like, to tell what my truck is worth between the physical asset itself and the token? And then, like, I can't sell multiple truck tokens because I don't have multiple trucks, and I can't sell part of my truck. So I see people talking about, like, tokenization, like you can own like 1/1,000,000th of the Mona Lisa. And it's like, the Mona Lisa doesn't move. It doesn't sell ever. It stays in one place. So what's the point, I guess? It's
Can
more
I
of a
chime in
tokenization.
on that real quick, which is
Yeah,
I
then
try not
let's
to-
let
Yeah.
Aaron Day then after jump up and say some words as well. But go ahead.
But the thing is a truck title is also just a piece of paper, and the government is the trusted party. Even if you were to tokenize truck titles on Zano, yes, the state has the power to exercise violence and threats against you for whether or not you have been allowed to sell your truck. But tokenizing things on the blockchain is a non-violent way where you at least have the option to set up transfer of ownership in a private, like, anarchist-friendly sort of way. And the thing is you need this base layer of tokenization before you can even remedy the future problems. And that's, in fact, while I was talking to the Zano team at Monerotopia, that was the thing that gets, well, I'll keep the explicit language out of it, but that's the thing that excites me the most. And I would point out that without Monero, a lot of this stuff also is pointless. So you have to first fix the currency for sure, but then Zano represents the next step of being able to confidentially tokenize things in such a way as to prove ownership or whatever. But then there's going to have to be another layer. On the last episode, we were talking about, like, private insurance and private, police actions and so on. But we can't get there until we have to have a smart contract solution, a tokenization solution, and all of that hinges on there being effective private digital money. So,
Yeah, I'm not worried about this whole, like, pre-mine and the staking and stuff like that, because at least as far as I can tell, I don't see Zano as money. I see it as a stock exchange, like the NASDAQ or whatever. And therefore, how they fund themselves is not my concern. My concern is, can I use the thing to do what I need it to do? Because I'm not going to be holding Zano tokens unless I want to stake them, unless I want to be part of the Zano company, quote unquote. I would just be using it as a medium to trade the thing. So this whole pre-mine and stuff like that doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, it makes sense.
So one way that I like to look at this is we have to really understand who the enemy is. And the enemy is, we're looking at people that are trying to build global CBDCs. And if you look at what a CBDC is essentially tokenized money. But what you have to understand is that they want to tokenize all of our other assets using the same control features, using the same programmability, the same sensorability, and the same trackability. So they want to do this with our stocks, our bonds, our cars, our homes, literally all of our assets. They're going to tokenize in the same way. So to me, what's important about Zano and what Zano represents is the ability to tokenize and privately trade the 95% of global assets that are not money. So that is essentially, to me, what the addressable market size is for Zano. I mean, I understand the comment on tokenizing. Well, you do have to trust the issuer. I mean, at some point, I mean, if I start a company and I'm selling stock, you have to trust the company that's issuing the stock. I mean, you don't automate that away. But this idea that you have to use smart contracts, I actually like Zano because it isn't based on smart contracts. 72% of large DeFi hacks were done on contracts, smart contracts that had been audited. So you want to talk about trusting a third party, you're actually taking an issuer and now adding layers of technical risk on top of that when you're using smart contracts. And so, to me, that's not as big of an issue. The value in tokenizing something on Zano is that you can now trade it privately without a third party involved in the record keeping of those transactions. But at the end of the day, for voluntary commerce, you are still having a party and a counterparty that are engaged. So this is just talking about the tracking and the transference of the item or service in question.
Yeah, and I guess like I would see more use case for something like this if like the truck token that I mentioned earlier was used to start the truck. So like whoever owns this truck token has permission to unlock the doors of this truck and use the ignition on this truck. Like that makes more sense to me than just tokenizing the title of this truck and trading it to somebody for Monero, say.
Well, certainly there are infinite applications of how you can tokenize something and how those tokens can be used, but understand that what we're up against are people. Assets will be tokenized one way or the other. Tokenization is just the evolution of the data of a centralized database, I guess, is a simplified way of looking at it. So do we want a future where we evolve from a centralized database to something that's worse, that's actually more centrally controlled and more programmable? Or do we want to move to an area where we have something that's decentralized and private? But make no mistake, tokenization is the trend. And I think part of the issue that we struggle with is most people in crypto, when they hear tokenization, all they think about immediately is they think about meme tokens or meme coins or NFTs, because for whatever reason, that's the application that the crypto community has chosen to pursue. But while we've been pursuing hot dog coin and hawk coin and all of these other things, the Bank of International Settlements and DTCC and central banks are working on tokenizing all of our other assets. And so we're now actually in a defensive posture where we need to figure out how to keep up. So tokenization is not trivial. Tokenization is actually something that's imperative. It doesn't mean that it's easy, but it's something it's critically important. And that's actually a huge opportunity. And from my perspective, and I'm not going to talk about karma in a lot of detail, but you have to understand, Zano also has auditable wallets. And so there are aspects of this where, and there's kind of a two-tiered system to the way that I'm looking at doing this privacy-backed gold stablecoin. And, it's not perfect. There is risk associated with it. And all of that over time, I'll kind of lay out. I mean, it involves using distributed vaults in different countries. Yes, there's political risk. So obviously you wouldn't do something like this in the United States or in one location. But in terms of managing the supply of the gold itself, that will be done using an auditable wallet that people will actually be able to see, and then the tokens will be issued, separately. And I won't go into all the detail there, but rather than to say, stay tuned, because there are ways to go about doing these things that doesn't get rid of risk, but it does mitigate some of the risk. And why I'm even doing this, and for those of you who don't know me, I basically, my wife and I travel around the country, and then starting next year, travel around the world. And what I do is these 4-hour workshops where we spend the first half of the workshop explaining to people the threat of CBDCs, and then the back half we onboard people to crypto, gold, and silver. And then starting next year, we're also going to start onboarding merchants. What I have learned talking to merchants is that they understand that fiat is losing value, but they do not trust the volatility of the price of crypto. This is the biggest impediment to the adoption of crypto by merchants. So if we want to move to peer-to-peer digital cash, understand outside of our community and outside of our circles, the overwhelming majority of merchants don't care about or understand whether Monero was fair launch or Bitcoin was fair launch. They don't see or get or understand in any way, shape, or form anything that would lead to price stability or how they could pay their employees or pay their vendors, which is why what I'm doing with this is I want to blend the best elements of precious metals, which people do understand in terms of the stability as a store of value, with the best elements of cryptocurrency, which I see in Zano, which is the ability to privately tokenize something that has low fees. And you put those two things together, and that's a really good solution for merchants. But I'm not a maximalist for any coin, including my own coin. So, if you're going to get angry about it and say, well, here is this issue or this, it's not intended to be the global reserve currency. It is intended to be a currency that solves a particular problem for direct commerce, that actually solves a need. Because I have a long list of merchants actually waiting for this at this point. And their adoption of crypto, because I've been trying to get them to adopt. And I live on crypto. I've been living on crypto since 2019. And so I've been pushing privacy coins. I use Monero, I use Zano, and then I use whatever I have to use to fill in the rest just out of necessity. And so I've been pushing, and I've been trying to get people to adopt, Monero and other coins. And this is a huge resistance point.
There a lot of what you're saying. There's just like you're saying, either CBDCs and tokenized everything, or we have our own solutions. But at this point, if nothing else, just the efficiency of the equation, whoever figures it out is going to win. But right now, Tether has the crypto world by the cojones. They use it to manipulate prices. They use it to protect the dollar from devaluation. They use it to both create artificial trade barriers with trade regulations, but then get around them with Tether. The stable coin situation is it's a giant hornet's nest of nightmares. And it's a lot of people in the Monero community talk about how Monero is the cryptocurrency of the dark web. No, Tether is the currency of the dark web, and it's not even close. So, and the volatility of Monero is like insignificant compared to the volatility of a lot of other cryptos. And yet, if you're a vendor, it can make or break you. If you're a vendor that's operating on 5 to 6% cash flow margins, and Monero were to dump 8-9%, that week or two is now a net loss for you. And as far as the application of running a business, Monero wins in a lot of areas, right? You've got taxes, you've got privacy, you've got the protection that it offers you is numerous, but the protection it certainly does not offer you is balanced budgets and good books, which is the cornerstone of running a good business. There's a reason why the accounting team at a company is such a monstrosity. But then also thinking about doing things like buying property overseas, or guaranteeing that something that you have purchased from another nation is going to arrive at your doorstep before they get to collect their money. This idea behind stable coins and tokenizing stuff is of absolute paramount importance, because whereas Monero is talking about trying to do the farmers markets in your neighborhoods and so on, which is, I'm that guy, right? If anybody who's been watching the show, I'm totally that guy. Get all your neighbors to adopt Monero and so on. But think about how much food is shipped across the ocean. Think about how many metals are shipped across the ocean. If you don't have a solution for that, it's a whole bunch of people buying milk from their neighbor, and then 95% of the rest of their transactions are done by FedCoin. We have to figure out stable coins. We have to figure out smart contracts and tokenization. Does that mean it has to be solved tomorrow? No. We have a lot of time, because whatever situation the government puts into play, I mean, it's the government. It's going to be a broken, nasty mess, and people are not going to want to adopt it right away. And so we do have a time window to try to get it right. But one of the things that I'm hearing from the Zano team that I absolutely adore, that I'm not seeing from other places right now, is let's get something that works. Let's start using it, and let's keep figuring it out and making it better. One of the reasons why Doug has succeeded so well with like Nodo, whereas, you know, PureOS was such an absolute failure as far as I'm concerned, is if you spend so much time trying to get your technology perfect, well, perfect became the enemy of the good. And now nobody has, you know, a Librem 5 until it's 10 years out of date and $2,000 a phone. But Zano is out now. It works now, and people can use it and iterate on it and mess with it and do feedback back and forth between the development team. Is it pretty? No, it's kind of a cluster. Well, you know, but like at the same time, it's here and it's working, and you can talk to them and you can build on it. And if we don't get to the point where we're actually developing the tools right now, and let's keep in mind, they're following open source principles. I mean, they're literally on a show at 4 a.m. talking to their haters and their admirers alike, just like, hey, let's talk it out. I mean, they could be developing code or sleeping or, I don't know, banging hookers or something, but no, they're here handling their business. And that's a good sign that we're moving forward on fixing the real problems of global economics, global trade, you know, getting the government out of our lives.
Yep. I will say,
you.
I don't know that we have that much time, and I don't want to hijack this, but I will say, if we are going to call out scams, we need to be calling out Tether. I'm working on an article about this. I mean, let's be realistic. They have not passed an audit. Their general counsel just resigned, you know, and by the way, I will tell you, because I'm following closely the legislation that's being proposed in the United States, the Republicans are already putting forward legislation to regulate stablecoins, and they're doing it to basically, you know, in advance of kind of Tether blowing up, giving stablecoins to the 4 largest banks in the U.S. And so we need to get ahead of this, because in my opinion, this is just my opinion, but in my opinion, when Tether blows up, Tether's going to make Sam Bankman-Fried and FTX look like a pious religious organization. So just my 2 cents on that.
If we get something in place that's confidential, that can be used now, we don't have to worry about things like regulations like the government would put in place. We just do it anyway, and they'll never know. And that's where this fight actually is getting stuff in place that's working now and start using it. And watch the power erode from underneath the tyrants. But if we don't keep working on these systems, then they won't exist, and we're just going to lose.
Yeah, along that same vein of Tether, this is actually something that I've paid attention to quite a lot for quite a number of years now. It is possible. It seems like that Tether might blow up. I feel at the moment the United States government has successfully leveraged Tether as a means of extension of United States dollar power in the wake of the expiration of the Saudi agreement. It's possible that they might want to transfer that into something more sanctioned, more holy, more blessed by the state, maybe Circle USDC. If Tether, you know, because there's kind of like these multiple angles of Tether. Part of the international community, I think, really doesn't like them. But at the same time, I think Tether has been largely operating with some kind of tacit agreement and permission from the United States government, which is why these guys haven't truly been prosecuted. Yeah, they got a slap on the wrist from the New York Attorney General and the CFTC, but in reality, they have just acted with impunity in the entire crypto market. So for the meantime, I think they're okay. But yeah, I'm with you, Aaron. I'm seeing a little bit of writing on the walls lately that looks suspicious. Maybe it doesn't matter. It's hard to say, but I'm willing to bet that there is a pivot in case Tether does get taken down in some form or another.
To add to your guys' point too, like they can create these regulations and then opt for selective enforcement. It could very well just be putting a leash on these guys. And I'm actually 100% behind what Bawdy's saying. I am thoroughly convinced that it's being used to prop up the dollar hegemony, to create avenues by which they can operate around certain borders while keeping the rest of us from doing the same thing. But I also think the writing is on the wall where, yes, you can prop up the dollar, but it's still going to collapse. I mean, if your tether is backed by bonds and dollars, it's a collapsing currency being propped up by a collapsing currency. So they must know that the clock is ticking as well.
And the only other thing I would like to add to this whole pre-mine, conversation is that, a lot of people like to reference Bitcoin as the standard, but I view Bitcoin as a failure in the funding of the project. I think that the fact that it was completely open source, I think that maybe worked fine while there was a white hat Bitcoin foundation that was funding the developers, but we know now that people tied to the intelligence community like John Dillon got involved, then MIT got involved in funding developers. At the same time, they started funding the US CBDC, and now Blockstream then became a large developer. And this essentially hijacked the project from being peer-to-peer digital cash to surveillance, non-fungible digital gold. So I don't think that Bitcoin is a standard model for success for how to fund a project. And so and my initial reaction to it was kind of negative. Oh, there's a pre-mine. I had the same kind of it was beat into my head. Well, if it doesn't check this box, that's exactly like how Bitcoin works. And then after really digging into it a little bit more, I actually see it as a benefit. And these guys, I've now met them and had a chance to talk to them and work with them. And they've been busting their ass for years on this project. If anything, they probably don't have enough coins. I don't think it's a bad thing that people that create a project make money on the project that they create. I guess it almost seems weird, the ethos, but that's my view on that.
Hey, I have a question for the Zano team.
Can I have a little comment on? Yeah, just the whole thing with the funding project at Pre-Mine, it's actually very sensitive for us. We've been dealing with this long time, and this is something that's been on my mind forever, and it's super sensitive subject because I had a quite traumatic experience with a Bulgari without not making Pre-Mine, and this is kind of frustration seeing people labeling any sort of Pre-Mine as a tax or any sort of form of continuous funding of the project as a tax, presenting it as some sort of negative light. But there is no actually presented other way that works to continuous funding the project. And Pre-Mine will be burned at some point. And I saw a lot of great projects, but dead projects, because they either burn all the Pre-Mine or take it or run away with this, which is also quite people, when they have a real money, they kind of changing. And donation things is also really hard to maintain the project. That's why I have a lot of respect to Monero, because it's really hard. I know how hard it is to build and run the projects on top of donation. We also have a really generous supporters, but we always face the same problem with donation. It's something that's called Commonwealth tragedy. And the people, there are some people, they want to donate to the project, but they ask why others don't donate. If we give so much money and others don't, they stop at some point. People get frustrated with donations, even they support with the years. They don't see other people support, but some other people profit from this, and that thing is actually poisoning the donation model, at least for blockchain projects, which is often packed with the money, and it's all about money. It works really good or for generally open source project, but it have a lot of troubles with finding blockchain projects. And it can maintain project for some time, but it's not enough to create great momentum for the project. So that's why I don't think donation it's gonna work for at least for the project that want to be developed really quickly, and like a show like really strong innovation, because you need to hire researchers, you need to hire developers, you need to have a kind of structure that, yeah, I know that everybody hates corporate, but it should be the process of building software and research. And this is very complicated software that's full of rocket science, more full than any other project that I've been working before. And that's thing is very complicated. And when I see people like being very theoretical about, oh, that's not fair, this unfair, this, but propose something that will continually fund the project, and we will go with it. Because saying this is unfair without proposing something that will create the future for this project, I don't want to dedicate like best years of my life to project that will be over in a few years because we burned the dev fund and then everybody wasn't happy with this. No, we want to build something continuously working, and then people speculate that we are making little bit more fractions of money than we declared in the pre-mine or something like this. It's just doesn't work. I don't see how it works. So it comes from a lot of experience that we face it and so other projects that we have. That's why probably I'm getting a little bit too emotional when we speak about this pre-mine thing, about taxation, which, I mean, if you call taxation, basically any pre-mine is taxation because you cut half of the block rewards, the future block rewards. So yeah, that's very complicated subject and very sensitive. Yeah, that's it.
So I had a question for the Zano team. So as you guys know, some mention of DarkFi has been made, and at the moment, private smart contracts are kind of like this holy grail. In the hypothetical scenario that DarkFi or some other project succeeds in a generalized execution platform that's also private, do you think that could have an impact on Zano or an impact on how you guys are thinking about the project or its usefulness? It seems to me that the integration of the ability to do contracts implies necessarily private digital assets as well. So is that something that's on your mind, like that, you know, is maybe a gap that Zano has, or could you just share your thoughts on that?
Well, if we see something like that working and being adopted, we will definitely do our research. Right now, I'm not entirely convinced that private smart contracts are the thing, because I think important part of smart contract is being able to show the code, like what exactly are being executed and how do you trust it. So right now we are mostly leaning towards collaboration with the public EVM networks to execute the smart contracts, but that can change if we see the adoption and like success, people using privacy smart contract. We could go in that direction.
So I have one interesting little thought experiment, which is a lot of people who want to fix money are also like anarcho-capitalists. And if I start a business and I create shares, I own 100% of those shares, and I also own 100% of the profit. Well, in theory, it's not. I mean, once you actually have a business with a government over you, you don't actually get all of it. But if I launch a company and I put, let's say, 500 hours into building this company and it appraises at a certain amount of money and so on, I can either sell 100% of the shares, or I can sell 50% of the shares, or I can, you know, collect X amount of the profit. And the reason why we accept this idea is because my choice to opt in, if I wanted to buy one share and then the corporation still owns 99% of the shares, and maybe they sell other shares to other people or so on, my choice to opt in, it's I own the risk and I own the reward of my decision. And what I'm struggling to figure out is, why isn't that the same understanding if a person decides to launch a crypto project and they also are saying instead of shares, it's tokens, and instead of profit margins, it's block rewards. And I mean, we are literally talking about the same thing with different names. And you just have to put that into your risk and reward calculation. So for me, if I looked at Zano as though it was cryptocurrency and that's what it's for, then I would say, well, I'm going to continue owning my Monero shares and I'm not going to own any Zano. But instead, I look at it as though this is a platform and it has utility, and I would like to own a certain amount of Zano. And the people who created it still have this amount of Zano, or at least that's my belief. But you don't even actually know how many shares are owned, even with the stock exchanges and so on. Yeah, they may disclose these are our finances and this is how many shares are out there and so on. People get busted all the time lying about that stuff. And that's with all these regulatory bodies and everything. If we don't actually look at this as though this is the market doing what the market does, then we're not actually making a risk assessment here. And then I would also like to point out with what Bawdy had talked about. Smart contracts would certainly eat into the hypothetical market share of what Zano is as of right now. But keep in mind that the market share of what Zano is right now is 95% of all global commerce is the upper market cap limit. And in some situations, you want a more trusted, more fluid interaction. And in other cases, you might want a contract. You might want to be able to integrate certain oracles versus I just want to know that, you know, my custody of this thing is on chain. I can see use cases for both, regardless of both of them existing into the future forever. So, for example, there was people back in 2020 when we were doing a bunch of stuff with legalization of marijuana that were talking about trying to tokenize each individual marijuana plant and using that for regulatory purposes, but also like a person could plant a seed and they get the yield of that seed that is tokenized. And then you could buy that token like a futures contract in farming. So, you know, this many acres yields this much wheat, then I get all of that wheat. If it only yields this much wheat, then I get that much wheat. In my opinion, I think that the Zano model would work more effectively for something like that than a smart contract. But that's just kind of my 2 cents, where there's different use cases that would almost certainly be better for one over the other. And I think that it would be beautiful for the fact that people can decide which one makes more sense to them. Or things like calculating the overhead of maintaining a smart contract versus the Zano model and so on. But I guess we'll see, right? Who knows what people will end up preferring.
Yeah, it's about having options.
Guys, I just want to quickly, I see some like, you know, obviously we got to go through the super chats real quick, but I see this comment from Jack. I stand by Untraceable's criticism. The end result seems for profit. These guys are from another country, another tribe. High trust won't be like that is the most low IQ comment I've seen all day here. I mean,
I think
guys,
crypto
Zoidberg created the first implementation of Monero. All right, so if you don't stand by Crypto Zoidberg, then you don't stand by Monero either. I mean, Satoshi Nakamoto probably wasn't from the U.S. Who knows? Doesn't matter. Just extremely low IQ comment. Unfortunate to see that in our. Yeah, unfortunate to see that's the type of people we're attracting right now. But
Nick Fuentes enters the chat.
What do we got here? We got Tux tipped a lot of negativity towards pre-mine or overbias towards donations comes from the anti-market cultural zeitgeist that making money profit is bad. I want good developers to be financially rewarded without begging. It's a big attitude problem in OSS. Yeah. That's I think that's a fair comment. I think that's the point Aaron Day was trying to make as well.
Yeah, I think it boils down to the fact that Zano is a platform and is being marketed as such. If Zano was marketed as, you know, digital money for the world, then maybe we'll have to fulfill some other requirements. But as it's a platform, it's just a tool, then it doesn't have to fulfill that kind of.
Well, to be fair, it has been, maybe not everyone, but some people have said that Zano is private money like Monero.
Yeah, but I don't think so. Personally, I don't think so. Like, I still hold Monero.
Just want to get this other super chat out here. Violence Clothing tipped $1. Original volunteers and Monero themed T-shirts, stickers, and books for sale on XMR Bazaar that respect the NAP in the Violence Fashion Shop. I'll quickly show their shop. Thank you for the tip. Thank you for using XMR Bazaar.
Where can I buy Zano?
Good question. Good question. I don't know if anybody wants to chime in on that. I know they're on some of the instant exchanges.
Zano.org.
I can also give you a peer-to-peer option. You can email certain gentlemen who will do a peer-to-peer Monero for Zano. But just throwing that out there.
Okay, yeah, because all I have is Monero. That's why I was asking.
Yeah, you can jump into Trocolor. I like Trocolor. But, yeah.
And
where is it exchanged most for Monero? On Trocador?
I think CoinEx has the highest volume.
And do you get rewards? Like, do you get staking rewards only when you get a block, or does it like accumulate hourly or something like that? So if I was to
only when you get
you have to actually do the validation and do the staking. You have to run your node, and you do the block rewards same way as everybody else. If you get the chance to build a block, you build it with your output, with your key image, put it to the network.
Okay, got it. I just got to figure out a calculator to find out how long it would take to get a block then.
The estimate the simplest estimate at this moment with a given hash power present in the network is about, you need 10,000 coins to have one block per day estimately. So
yeah, there's a calculator. There's
Yeah.
a calculator in weirdzano.com as well.
Okay, cool.
All right, guys. I think we've thoroughly asked the Zano team. I think every question that's currently outstanding and among Monero users. Is there anything else to get out there while we still have these guys up on stage?
Nope. I think this ghost has been thoroughly exercised.
Can I just point out, I wonder if a lot of the people saying what they're saying about Zano, like let's say they had Facebook stock from an insider trading deal, if they would want to give up their Facebook stock, or if they were like early investors in Amazon, if they would have a problem with all of their gains, so I definitely see. I don't think Untraceable is guilty of this, by the way, and it's not just because you can hear me right now. Like I just would point out that a lot of the people who are spitting the hatred on this topic, I wonder how much of it is motivated by the fact that they are not early adopters or something like that. And I would point out you kind of would be if you bought in now. I mean, it's still pretty early. Just saying.
Not advice.
As a disclosure, I am an early adopter. The criticisms that I made today are as someone who has staked, even though I've never gotten staking rewards, and I've actually mined a Zano block before. And I own Zano since an early 2024. So whatever the price that was. So those criticisms are as someone who owns Zano.
Yeah, Untraceable did quite a bit of research and experimentation. So thanks for that. We appreciate it.
And for the feds listening, I was actually with Untraceable on a boat when we lost all of our Zano. That
was tragic.
It was a horrible. We barely made it out alive. I think he actually lost a toe to some sharks as well while that happened. So.
Is it for real?
The boating
100%.
accidents,
Yeah, I got it.
yeah, he and I have like
always
a drinking and boating problem. So like right before tax season, it seems like we just always find ourselves on boats with crypto hard wallets, and we should
Do not
probably
recommend
do
it.
something about that.
All right, guys. I think we covered it pretty well. Any last words, Aaron, Zano team, anything, Gombat, anything you want to put out there before we close it out?
I do. Doug,
okay.
congrats
Yes, Untraceable, of course.
on your newborn. Congrats.
Oh, thank you, brother.
I had to tell you in person.
Thank you so much, man.
Yeah.
Thanks everybody for coming on and hashing this out in a live environment.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Yeah, actually, thanks a lot for everyone who was involved in this discussion. I really hope it helps to understand the team, the project better. Thank you, Douglas, for hosting this conversation. We appreciate it a lot. Thanks to everyone.
All right, thanks, guys. I think we'll close it out here. Everybody have a great weekend. Thanks for joining us.
Yes,
Zano
thank
team,
you.
Untraceable.
Thank you.
Thanks
Thank
for
you,
all the super
Untraceable.
chats.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, thank you, Untraceable.
Yeah.
Thank you, Zano team. Greatly appreciate it. Thanks for everybody that participated. This is always an open forum. As long as you're not here to troll, you're here to talk to tech, things privacy tech related, Monero related. You're always welcome on the stage. So thank you to all, and we'll see you again next week, Saturday, 11 a.m. Eastern. Adios.
See ya.
Thank you for joining us on this week's Monerotopia episode. We stream live shows every Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern. You can find and subscribe to our show on YouTube and Odyssey, or listen to the podcast on iTunes, Spotify, or Stitcher. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter or join us in the Monerotopia Telegram group. See you all next week.